Hello and good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you are coming from and joining our Launch 2022 event today. We are highly excited for the lineup and for the content that we're going to be talking through today, and very excited to be sharing and even actually listening myself as an attendee to these sessions. Just a very quick intro and setting the scene of what we will be talking about today. We're going to be covering the metaverse, sustainability, hybrid events, future event tech. And one of the most important things about this event is that we really wanted to bring a free level and engagement and open conversation to event professionals. So no one has paid to talk today or be a sponsor. Everyone that's come today as a speaker is because they are leaders within the event space. They are shaping the event space, and they come with huge experience that we can all learn from, including myself. Today, we will be covering Natalie Lowe from the Sustainable Events Forum from Canada, Vlado from Collective Vibe. We've got Torvin from Event Mobi, Sankara from Event Airmeet. We have Alex from Swap Cards. Then we have a networking break, so please do engage and interact with other attendees. We've got Lizzie coming from an agency perspective, how pre-COVID, during COVID, post-COVID, there's a huge confusion, I understand, of really what is the landscape like kind of after the storm we've all been through. Then we have going through a McDonald's case study. And this is where McDonald's have transitioned pre-COVID, during COVID, post-COVID, and actually setting the real scene of what the market looks like today from a real client experience. Trending technologies for 2022 and beyond. What's the next step in event technology from Pierre, CEO of SpotMe? And then we're going to have a really great Q&A and panel, our smartest minds in our industry. And these are people that are really shaping how we interact, how we engage, and influencing the future of our events. Then don't forget, you do have networking towards the end. So what you are able to do is you are able to submit questions during these sessions, and down to the bottom right, you should be able to see a question box. So please do submit questions during the sessions, and we are allowing 5 minutes at the end of every session so that you can submit questions. If we do not have any time to answer your questions, then we will follow up post-event, and we will also save some questions potentially for the panel Q&A. At the same time, all of these sessions are recorded, so we will host these recordings of these sessions back into the platform post-event so that you'll be able to watch, engage, and of course share if you'd like to do so. So without any ado, we're going to get this show rolling. I would highly like to introduce Natalie Lowe from the Sustainable Events Forum, co-founder and president of the Sustainable Events Forum. Natalie comes with such a really great experience and also the non-political correct backgrounds. And in my opinion, really, humans and people do not like change. So when we talk of event sustainability or sustainability, we kind of have to rock the boat quite a lot from the norm, how we've previously done things. And I can also say over my 10 years within the event industry, I do personally feel the event industry actually is one of the biggest wastes in the economies. From when you go from event to event, especially pre-COVID, you have a new floor, you have new design, you have new settings, you have everything new, and you go to another event, and then it's all kind of wasted. So I'm really excited to be listening to Natalie during her talk and what we can all learn on how we can apply and be more sustainable in the event industry on the whole. So without ado, I'm going to introduce and hand over to Natalie Lowe, once again, president and co-founder of the Sustainable Event Forum. Natalie is joining us from Canada, and it's very early in the morning. So welcome, Natalie. Okay. Natalie is just joining, if you give me 2 seconds. What Natalie is going to be covering during her session is, with the events and communities coming back in physical form and thick and fast, are we going back to the past of all of this waste? or are we actually taking advantage of the post-COVID pandemic? And I'm actually really interested with that topic and that question myself. Because if you really think about it, there was a huge amount of waste pre-COVID. During COVID, we've all adapted, not really by choice, but because we've had to. However, that adaptation has, in my eyes and opinion and realization from the industry, reduced probably 80% waste. Now, there probably is an argument around engagement, human-to-human interaction, the emotional and experiential events bring, but has it also opened the fact that we can still deliver this level of engagement, emotions, and experience what we've all learned during COVID moving forward now as well? So here we have Natalie Lowe from the Events Sustainable Forum. Hi, Natalie.
Hi, good morning, Jamie. Well, I guess it's afternoon for you, but it's bright and early here in Niagara.
Good morning for you. Good afternoon for myself, and it's lovely to see your smiling face and energetic as well. So,
absolutely,
yeah, we Natalie and I had a really amazing conversation that went on for a few hours last week, and
we solved all the problems of the world.
Yeah, we should run for presidency and side of things, and actually really bring them to tuition. But with the attendees in this audience today, we can all actually make a huge impact within the event industry. And I'm very excited to be listening to your session right now. And I'm sure all of us as attendees will be able to actually learn from you and hopefully actually take a lot away from this and apply it.
Well, here's hoping. Here's hoping.
Over to you, Natalie.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I decided to just freewheel it and no slides. I'm not going to inundate you guys with facts and figures. We all sort of know where we're at as a planet, right? So the question is, are events part of the problem for the climate emergency? And unfortunately, the answer to that is yes. There's a professor at the British Columbia Institute of Technology, Shauna McKinley, who did the math, and she determined that if we look at a carbon budget for 1.5 degrees Celsius Earth, right? So if we limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, a 3-day international conference would use up half of your carbon budget for the year. So that's sort of like taking your annual budget and blowing half of it on a vacation in January, right? So we know that the events industry is a net contributor to the climate problem. It's not the biggest contributor, but it's certainly part of the problem. So in order for us to have integrity in fighting climate change, we need to look at our own industry first, right? We need to look at what we're doing. So let's look at what exactly that looks like. And let's look at the timeline, because what I keep hearing from everybody is I'll set a path for 2030, or by 2050 we'll be net carbon zero. And right now in environmental circles, what they're talking about is 50-50-50, which is we have to reduce carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030. That's 8 years. So 50% in 8 years is a big chunk. And the issue is that we're just not starting fast enough. Now, I believe that way before Instagram or TikTok or whatever the kids are using these days, as an influencer, events are really a primary driver of human behavior and change. We go to events, we attend events in order to learn new things and to be exposed to new ideas. And so I have a twofold approach that we look at with the Sustainable Events Forum. One is, yes, reduce the emissions of your event. But the second part is you can also use it as an opportunity to expose your attendees to some ideas, right? So it becomes that educational aspect. And sometimes people challenge me on that a little bit. In North America, for a while, it became a thing. If you traveled to a Caribbean island, everybody would come back with braided hair, which was a ridiculous looking emergency. So let's be clear on that. We're going to hit a climate emergency, right? The tipping points are all there, but whatever we can do now is to mitigate anything. So I'm a big believer that we have to look at high impact areas. And when we look at events, there are two main areas that really impact the carbon emissions for your event. Now, we talked about carbon and we talked about greenhouse gas emissions. Really, the gas or the greenhouse gas that everyone's looking at right now is methane. I think on your side of the pond, you call it methane, but I'm going to call it methane today. So methane comes primarily from two areas. One is cattle, primarily cows. Yes, I'm from Alberta, Canada originally. Lots of my relatives actually raise cattle. Those poor cows, who I always say the cows pay me to tell you to eat more chicken and fish. But that's the reality, is that just the process of raising cattle creates methane. And as a planet, we're starting to eat more and more beef. So the first thing that we ask planners to do is don't put beef on your menu. They won't miss it. Everybody eats everything else, so just remove that. The other place that we're finding a huge opportunity is in food waste. So I don't have the stats for Europe, but in Canada and the US, 58% of all of the food that is produced or imported into North America goes to waste. So we actually throw out more than we consume. So we need to immediately address that, because not only are we throwing it out, potentially putting it into landfills, and when food goes into a landfill, that anaerobic process creates methane. So let me explain a little bit why methane's such a key driver. Let's say today, this morning, it's 24 degrees out here in Niagara. Carbon is like I put on a heavy sweater and I go outside. Methane is like I put on my ski jacket, my toque, and my mitts, and I go outside. It warms 32 times more than carbon does. So when we look at an opportunity to reduce our warming potential, we want to look at methane. So again, that's beef and the food waste issue. And the food waste issue is really a first world problem. Events are a first world issue. So we want to really draw back on those two areas. The other area that is really concerning to me is how much stuff we pull into our events and why that stuff always has to be brand new, right? It's the carpeting, it's the pipe and drape, it's the, God forbid that we have to wear another new t-shirt to a trade show. So when we look at the United Nations does a materials assessment. And when you look at that materials assessment and you say, what materials are the harshest on the planet? Batteries sit at a factor. So you take the weight and you times it by a factor in order to get a number that gives you the emissions. Batteries sit at a factor of 12,000. We all know how horrible batteries are, but materials, fabrics, sit at 22,000. So all of those t-shirts that everybody loves to buy for their trade shows, which end up going right into the charity bin, such a complete waste. First of all, I don't think any of us really look great in those t-shirts. And secondly, we think we're giving them away, but we're just shipping them to third world countries and having them sit in landfills there. So we need to think about the stuff that we pull in. And from an environmental perspective, we talk about upstream versus downstream. So upstream is what you bring in. Downstream is dealing with the problem afterwards. There was a woman from IBM who said something really interesting the other day. And she said, part of the climate issue is that we need to stop creating problems that we have to solve. So buying all of these new materials, bringing them into our event, and then worrying about how we're going to dispose of them, to me, seems like us creating a problem for ourselves. So the less we bring into our event, the less we'll have to take out of it. It just makes sense. Now, we do these things because they surprise and delight our attendees, whether it's virtual or live. What we're really chasing is the fact that we're all a little bit of addicts. You know, we're addicted to this drug called dopamine. And so when someone gives you something, whether you really want it or not, causes a little dopamine rush in your system, right? You get that thrill and delight because somebody gifted you something. So the question is, how do we surprise and delight our attendees in ways that don't involve giving them things like a steak dinner or a tchotchke that they don't actually want or need? And it's actually not as hard as we think. First of all, people get a dopamine rush from novelty. So, you know, when they engage on the platform and there's something new and unique, they will get a dopamine rush. Music, I think we actually underutilize music as a mood generator within our events, which can be far more effective. And if you think about it, how you feel at an event is more important than the stuff that you take home. And so this really loops into event design and how we actually utilize our event design to lower our carbon emissions. And we need to be more thoughtful about it. The other two things are exercise. And I confess, I am one of those people that when they say, everybody stand up, I do the big groan because I don't want to do it. But exercise and sleep are actually two other ways to really encourage dopamine. So here's a challenge that I have every time I go to an event live in person. They get me going at 7 a.m. for breakfast and then dinners at like 8 o'clock at night. And I think we need to compress that and allow our attendees to have a little bit more off time. I think the pandemic taught us that we need to treasure our downtime and utilize it much better. And to me, that would be much more rewarding to have a high energy, engaging experience rather than to go home overstuffed with food, exhausted, and we all know you go away for that event, you come back and your inbox is full and your to-do list is quadrupled. So when we look at this, what I often tell people is it's really hard to be smart, right? Everybody wakes up in the morning, they want to be the smartest person in the room. And there's a North American company called Berkshire Hathaway, and the guy who two men run it. Warren Buffett is the more famous one, but apparently the brains behind Berkshire Hathaway is a gentleman named Charlie Munger. And Charlie Munger always said, don't try to be the smartest person in the room, just try to avoid stupid. So when I look at how we can reduce the impact of our events, that's what I say. Let's just avoid being stupid. Let's avoid buying all of these things and bringing them into our events and then having to deal with them afterwards. Let's surprise and delight our attendees in ways that don't punish the planet. We talked a little bit on Friday, Jamie, about a very famous Canadian who said something that I think is really applicable to us as business people and as event people. So hockey is our national sport, and our god is Wayne Gretzky. We call him the Great One. He is renowned for being the greatest hockey player ever. And when people asked him why he was such a effective player, why he scored so many goals, what he said was, I don't skate to where the puck is, I skate to where the puck is going. So how does that relate to us as business people and event professionals? And it's actually quite simple. The world is moving towards low carbon. We know that our events are huge generators of greenhouse gases. So if we know that this crossroads is coming, it would make sense for us to start looking at our events and saying, how can I offer my attendees not just a stellar experience, but an experience where they can also go back to the office or log off and say, this event actually did some good towards a global problem. So, you know, what I really wanted to leave you guys with this morning, you guys and girls with this morning, is the least you need to know is that, first of all, going hybrid or virtual is a huge first step. Jamie, you were correct in that it's about an 80% reduction. I've even heard for a country like Canada where we travel huge distances, it's closer to 90% reduction. So simply utilizing live events very sparsely and using them strategically will help lower your impact. We know that the EU and also the Securities and Exchange Commission are now starting to require companies to report on their emissions, including scope 3. I'm not going to get into scope 1, 2, and 3 because it's a little bit beyond a 15-minute chat, but scope 3 emissions for many years were simply ignored. Now we are being required to track them. All events are scope 3. So we're getting the spotlight put onto us. So when we look at things there, and I know that Deloitte has started doing this as a trial. When they present to new clients, they are now presenting a budget. And I think this is just a trial in parts of the US. They'll present a potential client with a fiscal or financial budget for working with them, as well as a carbon budget. So as event planners, we're now going to start looking at what does it cost to come to our event and what are the carbon emissions related to our event. And so that's where I sort of see, when I look into my crystal ball, I sort of see everything going. And, just reiterate that planning for a low carbon event or a lower carbon event needs to start at the event design and the RFP stage. And, we've talked a little bit about should people take criticism for not doing enough, right? And we talked about that, you go virtual and then everybody's whinging at you about the carbon emissions of your servers. At the end of the day, you're going to have to ignore some of that. It's just naysaying. It is actually the third wave of climate denial. The first wave was it's not happening. The second wave of climate denial was it's happening, but it's natural. The third wave of climate denial is it's happening and it's your fault. No, it's not your fault. There are far bigger issues in the world, but we can start to be, on that problem solution equation. We want to sort of put events on the solution side, not the problem side. I think I talked myself out, JB. So do you want me to stop and take some questions now?
Yeah, so I'm just going to join back, I think.
Excellent.
So look, really awesome listening to yourself there, Natalie, and you know what, some points kind of like a goosebump point, really, and it's quite sad, because we are all smart enough to really understand, we're screwing a lot of things based on the fact that we throw out more stuff than we have, and it's just a little bit nuts. And whilst I was listening to you, I've just got I've got pages of things like wow, sort of thing. So I'm going to sort of chuck a few things out there. We've got questions from the audience coming in, which is great. And we're going to bounce between a couple quickly. So my points were events, first world issue. Like, wow, branded stuff combined with the dopamine. So you get a higher dopamine fix from doing something like going on a run or morning yoga or getting a good night's sleep, from things that are not stuff. Then at the same time, so I mean, whilst I was going through this, I then ended up having a question that was, did you see the pandemic fix the issue? Like, if so given that a whole load of waste and things stopped during the pandemic, in reality, travel, physical events, X, Y, and Z, did you see that kind of fix the issue?
Temporarily. It was sort of like, getting really sick and saying that was a bit of a diet. Right? So during the pandemic, we went into a suspended state. But now that we're opening back up, we're not changing our ways, right? So that pent up demand, if anything, we're on a worse track than we were pre-pandemic. So while the pandemic really helped, post-pandemic, we are really, really making a mess of it.
And if the pandemic stayed for 100 years, for instance, would... even though if that's a really bad thought, would everything be fixed? So like if the way we interacted during pandemic, but still being human with everyone, would that kind of technically fix us?
I don't think so, because what we've done is we've adopted a mindset of more is better. And I will ask you, we have adopted this mindset of unchecked growth. The only thing in nature that has unchecked growth is cancer, right? Wow. So if you think about that, we have created, in a sense, our consumerist attitude has created a bit of a cancer on the planet.
Well,
So until we choose to willingly pull back, nothing's going to change. And, you know, a lot of people say, well, it's the big oil companies, and I don't disagree. But at the end of the day, they're selling to us. And you and I both know as business people, we dance to the tune of our consumer. So if you provide the demand for those lower carbon options, somebody will come in and supply them.
yeah. Natalie, a question from the audience, and it's quite a good one. Live, virtual, or hybrids when we're trying to be more sustainable?
In order, virtual, then hybrid, but watch how many hubs you have on your hybrid. The more hubs you have on your hybrid events, the higher your emissions will be, and then live. And I agree with you, Jamie, that absolutely live events, we all want that in-person interaction. The key is to use it strategically, not for every single, not Monday morning quarterbacking meeting.
Yeah. And a few more questions from the audience. What would you say are the biggest benefit, more attractive to companies? Cost savings? And it's actually, just to add on to that, I actually wrote down a question myself on the back of an audience question there. So I'll say that question again. What would you say are the biggest benefits that are more attractive to companies than cost savings? And on top of that, are agencies, or are we part of the problem? Not you, because you're purely sustainable, but where we advise the client on how to deliver the event. And in reality, there is profit behind everything that one does in reality when you're a company. If agencies took away branding, new carpets, designs, X, Y, and Z, the steak dinner, go to sleep rather than have a steak. Are we part of that problem to an extent? I mean, does that make sense in the question?
Yep. So here's what I'm going to ask you. If I send you out to buy a pair of running shoes, name the first brand that comes to your mind.
Nike.
Exactly. Why does the name Nike come to mind? It is because of their brand presence, primarily because they've built up brand trust over time. So it's not the cost savings, it's your brand presence in the mind of your consumer, right? So that's really, when we're skating to where that puck is going to be, we're really creating trust. And there is nothing more valuable. If your client or your attendee trusts you, that's golden, right? They will buy more from you. They will engage more with you. So really, this is about creating trust within the minds of your consumer. And I think I forgot the second part of your question.
Yes, the second part really was around the agency side of things. So with a client coming to you and you say it starts at the RFP stage. So, so therefore, client goes to agency, RFP, we need new branding, we need new carpet, we need new X, Y, and Z. But if we cut out that, potentially an agency could lose 80% of their revenue.
Well, we're all salespeople at the end of the day, right? That's my job as CEO of my company, is to sell. And part of that selling is to provide them with solutions. So I'm not a waitress. I don't take your order and supply you with what you need. I'm a solution provider, right? So when I talk to my corporate clients, which is primarily who my clients are, I talk to them about, you say you want bottled water or plastic bottled water, but that's not actually what you're asking me for. You're asking me for portable hydration. So how I supply that solution to your problem relies on me asking better questions and understanding your true needs, not simply defaulting on what I've done for the past 300 or 500 events. So it's really, you're going to have to we are going to have to up our game a little bit, but it really comes down to that old sales adage, features or benefits, right? That's what it comes down to.
Natalie, thank you so much for kicking off this event with event sustainability and everything you spoke upon. This session is recorded, so everyone will be able to join and watch this again. And you can also reach out to Natalie if you've got any questions and learning points that we can all take from. And thank you very much for joining us from Canada this morning.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Have a great day, everybody. And thank you for giving me your time.
Thank you, Natalie. That is Natalie Lowe from the Sustainable Events Forum, president and founder of Sustainable Events Forum in Canada. Now, what we're moving on to is the metaverse. So when we say the metaverse, we have Vlado joining from Collective Vibe. When we say the metaverse is, of course, a immersive experience. However, over the years, when we describe metaverse, it's like, ooh, like, is this good? Is this cool? Should we be on board? However, in the event industry, what we've definitely learned is when you immerse a user into an experience and they're an avatar that they have to click around and move, there's a whole load of irritation points. Now, I'm not going to over talk this, but I'm really excited to introduce Vlado and Collective Vibe to really give us an experience and an understanding of the right way to be engaging with users within the 3D world and the metaverse. And this is a really exciting up and coming company that I would like to introduce Vlado from the Collective Vibe. And I'm really excited to be listening to your session.
Well, Jamie, you certainly raised the expectations now with this announcement and the topic. Thank you very much for having us here. My name is Vlad. I work for a company called Beyond 42. We're a small scale up from Serbia. We specialize in metaverse. You did quite a good introduction and say, it's been a while, since people have been talking about metaverse. Maybe that wasn't the exact terms. But basically, metaverse is something that has been around us, for quite some time now. One question, Jamie, I have before we start, where can I see my presentation? Let me just pin it on. Perfect, see it. So I would also like to thank Natalie for her presentation. I basically put one bullet point inside of mine, but basically there is a big topic around sustainability and preserving the environment and saving our planet. And I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your presentation. I certainly will ask you questions through the platform later on. So inside during the next 15 minutes, basically I will be telling you a little bit about the metaverse in general, how we entered the metaverse, my company, what we do, and basically what we're expecting for metaverse to become in the coming period. So basically, Collective Vibe is a product. It's actually a series of products developed by a company called Beyond 42. We develop software as a service products for building engaged online communities. And as of recently, since COVID, we also developed our metaverse 3D technology platform that allows our online community members to also access large-scale virtual events and basically host them in there either virtually or in a hybrid manner. So basically in here you can see some of the things that we have, some of the experiences that we have built. But basically, what I'm gonna let me just see. Okay. So basically what we wanted to talk about is basically how this whole thing started about the metaverse. So we basically have a lot of big players, so to speak, who entered the market shortly after the COVID hit basically the whole planet. And basically even have some of the major companies who rebranded them entirely in order to actually, satisfy and basically announce that they're working towards, building a more virtual or hybrid future. So basically one thing changed when it comes to our company. So we were doing online communities, and majority of our online community clients, they were building and nurturing their online communities by basically hosting big physical gatherings. From the gathering, they would transfer the people to the online community, nurture and communicate with them there, and basically repeat the process after. And after come COVID, they could no longer do that. And we started receiving a lot of questions. Listen, we need a solution to build. We need a platform that you could build for us or help us build that would allow us to keep building these communities even during the COVID time. So it was basically the idea was to transfer everything that physical events were and transfer it to what the virtual events should be, what they should look like. So basically one thing that changed with COVID was basically only the way that we attended these gatherings. So everything that was physical turned to virtual, and basically we started connecting through our devices more than we connected via the regular means or meeting physically. One thing that didn't change is the reason why we actually connected. So we connected to attend educational sessions, to learn new things, to explore new trends, because we could no longer go outside to do that. get networking, and basically do the lead generation, sell something if you're doing this for business purposes. So when it comes to metaverse, I will skip the part where we actually discuss why metaverse, what is metaverse, because I believe that all of you in the audience already know that. Instead, I'm going to focus on some of the key aspects of metaverse that we as a company believe that are very true and to the point, when it comes to this whole new thing. And basically, this is, in case anyone has any questions, definitely do feel free to ask me after the presentation. So that's one thing that we believe that metaverse, aka virtual hybrid gatherings, actually bring to us, and the big benefit, of what physical events could not do to the truest sense, is the fact, that they allow us to take this always on approach. When it comes to the physical events, they lasted for several days. You physically had to travel there, burn the oil, or basically fly, and get a lot of CO2 into the atmosphere. And basically you'd be there for 3 days. Within these 3 days, you'd be able to meet people you're interested in meeting. But once the event was over, it was in most cases, it was over for real, very little follow-up. What metaverse actually brought us was the ability and availability of these virtual and hybrid venues, availability for them to stay for as long as the organizer is intending, meaning that these events did no longer need to last only for 3 days, or that you only had 3 days of matchmaking time to meet the right people in the event, but now you could actually extend it to the entire year of service. Second thing is, we all got very fatigued when it comes to on-screen time during the pandemics, meaning that even though event was happening at a certain time, rarely anyone actually had the time to spend, let's say, a larger number of hours listening to a presentation or watching a conference. And the big benefit that the hybrid approach brought to us was the ability to basically come back actually whenever we want and whenever we have time to actually consume this content. Jamie just mentioned that in the opening speech. So it's about, this conference will be recorded as well, meaning, that in case you don't have time to listen to it now, you will be able to actually come back to it later on. This brings us to the on-demand part, meaning, that even though we're fatigued from the on-screen time, this content will always be there. And if it's after midnight tomorrow night that you can attend this, you're more than welcome to do that. And this brings us to the final thing, because we're a company operating in this business. We've had a lot of industry insight from our clients on where they're actually planning to take this metaverse things and their metaverse experiences. So while majority of our clients will be going back at some point to the physical gatherings of different sorts, large number of them has witnessed the benefits, that the metaverse and the hybrid approach bring, and they will be keeping part of their portfolio of events and different things within the metaverse, just to reap all of its benefits. Some that we mentioned just a moment ago. So when it comes to the audience has changed as well. So what used to be people coming to attend the event physically, these same people are still coming to attend the event virtually, but they have now different sets of expectations from both of the approaches. From the physical, they expect everything that they wanted when they were attending pre-COVID. But from the virtual, because there are so many different solutions available in the market now, and people have tried different things, they have developed a certain set of expectations that they require or actually expect once they're invited to a hybrid or fully virtual event. So these expectations usually, turn out into expectations about having an optimal experience, or basically an extension of an experience that they have physically. They want an extension of this experience they have virtually. One part is the on-demand part, but the actually bigger part is if there's a hybrid platform, people in most cases, according to our research, do expect to have another opportunity or another set of opportunities to meet the people who have been at the event, and perhaps to matchmake and then communicate with them again. Second is, also what what the event organizers need to pay attention nowadays is also balancing the motivations of when people come to participate, because if the experience is subpar, this further, let's say, builds on the fact that people will not actually be there to attend it. So meaning that in case the experience that you had built for them is not to their standards or to their expectations, their, let's say, attendance, your attention span at your event will even be shorter, and they'll be turning away from it, not even coming back for the on-demand part. And then finally, because we're a company that built the technology for virtual and hybrid events building, everything comes down to the selected technology and the part that makes this intersection in between the two parts. So as long as this intersection is meaningful and natural for people to just pass from one side to the other, people will be inclined to use it and they like using it. Like if there's a disconnect in between the two and there's no connection between what you're showing in the physical space, and what's available on the virtual, people will not be basically, turning to it. So when it comes to the metaverse itself, because the topic of today's talk was basically, what's the future of metaverse, or is there a future to the metaverse? So we believe that there is. Not because we're doing it, but basically because we have a lot of feedback, and the industry has now figured out, all the benefits that it can reap from it. So in the next two slides, I kind of, said what are the pros and cons of the upcoming, let's say, change and shift in the market. Even all the cons are not actually cons, are just some of the things that have not yet been figured out, but I listed them here. So with virtual or hybrid, you get so many different accessibility options for people who can now access the events from the likes of their phones, their computers, or even smart TVs in my case. For the organizers, there's a lot of new branding and revenue opportunities, not only for themselves, but for the clients and supporters of their events, their sponsors. Basically, this, especially if you're in our branch, like if you're doing the 3D metaverses, there's a lot of opportunity to create unique experiences that people will appreciate when they attend it. And then obviously, because this is 3D and it's virtual, that means that the sky is the limit when it comes to designing these things, meaning that personalization is unlimited, the avatar creation is unlimited, what avatars do inside of the virtual space is unlimited as well. And then we come to the, to the final 2 points, which are related to the physical world that we live in. Like not having a venue or the venue capacity means, that basically you can have the attendees from the entire world. I don't know what happened with the presentation. Apologies. Something, Jamie, if you can help me, something happened. So basically, and the final thing, as Natalie was saying, let's really save our planet, because it's the only one we have, and we cannot do it. And then, Jamie, if I can have my slides back, please. I've got actually two more.
So I think they're just about to come back, Vlado.
Okay, yes, they are. Let me just see if I can edit them. Perfect. All right. So basically, metaverse areas awaiting further validation, as I mentioned a moment ago, they're not, these are not critiques of metaverse. These are basically just the things we haven't figured out yet, but we will figure out in time. So basically one thing, like that, that there is to mention here that having an event hybrid, can mean, that there are certain organizational wrinkles that you need to iron out before you jump on board with them. Not all the attendees are ready for this new tech in the revolution, that we're bringing upon them, meaning that the younger people, will probably have no trouble navigating the metaverse, while the older doctors, so let's say at some medical congresses, will have more challenges. They can increase costs, because on one side you can be organizing a physical gathering, and then having a virtual one on the other can increase costs, for the platform and everything, but they can also decrease costs because you can delegate certain elements to the physical and certain elements to the virtual world. And then, basically what we cannot copy paste everything that we used to do with physical events and just say, okay, yeah, this is the virtual version. They need to be thought through, the technology needs to be set and prepared, for this to work. And then finally, not even I can say, like what the true definition of metaverse today is. We're kind of still figuring out, and not only us, but also big corporations involved with it. The final thing, and what I'm going to close with, is the unique approach that my company took with two products that we are building. So basically, we have two products, as I mentioned. Like one is the 3D metaverse, and the other one is the online communities. And we basically built these two technologies to work in a synergy with one another, meaning that all the people who are inside of your metaverse will at some point become members of your community right after your event. And all the members of your community, regardless of how many of them you have, the more you have, the better. You can always invite them to the metaverse for different presentations, conferences, and things, that you're planning to present to them. So basically with this said, and apologies for technical difficulties, I'd like to thank you all for the time. Jamie, thank you for inviting us. I'm ready to take any questions in case there are any.
Hey, Vlado, very, very cool presentation, and also a piece of kit of software. There's a couple of questions that have come on in, and they also combine with a few questions that I've been sort of writing along the way. So one of the key ones, I think, on my perspective, from understanding technology and event technology, especially for the past 10 years and being behind a good thousands of events, does your platform require a headset? So like a VR headset that people put on and then are immersed. So that's a question from the audience, and also a question that I sort of have applied. Now I know the answer, but I'll let you answer it. And if you don't require a headset, why did you take that approach?
Okay, great question, Jamie. So our technology, as I mentioned, there are different ways that the companies take the metaverse. Obviously there is one related to the virtual and augmented reality that does require a headset. Our technology is, let's say, purely browser-based. It's a browser-based product, and it does not require any extra hardware for you to join the metaverse. So, yeah, basically, but there is, why the question is sound is because, like a lot of these future iterations, and I'm not saying that ours will probably be there as well very soon, will require some kind of additional hardware. But I think in order for that to happen, wider adoption of this kind of hardware needs to happen, globally, because I think, that in Serbia, probably around 7 million people who live in Serbia now. I don't think that even like, let's say 15,000 have headsets, for this. So
yeah. And that actually adds on to another question from the audience. So you're not using the headsets, which in my eyes is great, because even you touched on points that, it's still kind of pixelated, the graphics really aren't there. So kind of immersing yourself in this metaverse world that doesn't really replace the world, and actually currently has, a number of issues such as motion sickness. So when we're replicating a live event, what are your thoughts on motion sickness within the metaverse?
Oh, well, it depends. Like I am quite an avid user of virtual headsets. I've got one at home. Like I'm not using it for the company things. I will very soon. But it's an obstacle. Like so, because as you mentioned, like the limitation of current technology is they're mostly linked to the hardware. And as you mentioned, I'm going to repeat you a lot. But it's to make a point. Well, one thing is the, let's say, hardware itself, like the speed of the hardware, like and its ability to generate the 3D images. The second one is the let's say the limits that the current VR technology has reached, meaning, that your screen is less than an inch from your eye, that you are receiving, and the brain is basically being fooled into thinking, that it's actually being in the 3D environment, but it's actually not, which obviously causes the sickness among the people. So one way to avoid this is, like the way you design the metaverse, like in case there's not a lot of head banging, turning around, like there is a chance to reduce this thing, but I hope it's not a disappointing answer. What I believe, needs to happen there in order to avoid it entirely, is just another set of technology innovations, that some company have, like Oculus, have actually presented recently.
And last question before we move on to the next speaker. And this actually combines two questions together, Vlado, from the audience. When replicating, no, that's the wrong one. So are there ways to utilize the metaverse with a lower cost? For example, templates, which kind of combines onto one of your points you raised earlier, that this can double the costs, but also reduce them. From our experience with your organization, your costs are actually not doubling event tech costs. They are in line with event tech costs across the industry from our experience. So I actually don't see double costs, to be completely honest. But there seems to be a conception of this route to deliver an event is double the cost. So there are other ways to reduce the cost, and of course the ROI on that cost. So templates.
Of course. Well, definitely, so this is the thing. It depends. In my presentations, I was actually talking about different implementations of metaverse, not necessarily when I mentioned the double the cost, I didn't necessarily mean my product, or the product that my company does. We actually work towards actually reducing the cost, as you mentioned, so providing a service that would actually serve as another revenue vertical, for the company, but also, like introduce the additional functionalities, that especially the sponsors of the event would appreciate, and the access to the audience of the event that the sponsors would appreciate and pay extra for. So when it comes to our company, so we reduce costs, and you mentioned that as well, by basically offering some templates of our design. So the entry point to the metaverse with our product is not too large, because there are, so to speak, cheap solutions, to enter the service. So obviously some more expensive ones would be where we recreate something that is yours, an event or a venue that you're planning. But basically, to tackle the costs of the event, what we do besides offering the templates, we also do provide some consulting for our clients, because it's new to them, obviously, as well. To a lot of them, this is a new concept. We do offer and provide some consulting on how to better monetize one's event, like once using the virtual platform. And obviously, like we do share the benefits.
Okay, so Vlado, thank you so much for that session. Everyone, if you haven't checked out Beyond 42 or Collective Vibe, definitely take a look at them this evening or during the week. The virtual metaverse platform is a really, really intuitive way to actually deliver virtual events and the 3D graphical experience without the irritations that kind of really exists with a lot of other solutions. You can watch the recording of this session. And again, Vlado will be joining Dasanka from the CEO of Collective Vibe will be joining our panel this afternoon as well. So if your question hasn't been answered, you can join the panel this afternoon and ask some more there. What I've really got an exciting session coming up now, Torben Grosser from Event Mobi. To give you a quick intro from Torben, Torben's actually been at Event Mobi and in the event space for a good 10 years. And when you talk of event technology for the past 10 years, wow, I mean, what a journey that has been. Going back 10 years ago, you have BlackBerries, Windows, Android, Apple, you had many different devices. People were still printing their agendas. So this is at the heart of the transition of even actually taking people away from printing programs to event technology, yet alone COVID and hybrid. So I'm actually generally also very excited to be listening to Torben now on this session, and over to you, Torben, for the session, really.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Yeah, we do have a few event tech veterans. I mean, later on, Pierre from SpotMe is talking, and you have to hand it to them. They invented event apps before smartphones even existed. But yeah, I'm really excited to talk to you today. My name is Torben. I'm the VP of Product Marketing and Events at Event Mobi, and I'm on a mission to talk about hybrid events and to make hybrid events better and more digestible for you, because I love hybrid events, but honestly, they have a bit of a bad rep. So let me try to fix that. Briefly about us, I work for a company called Event Mobi. If you want to learn more about Event Mobi, talk to Jamie and his team. They know all about us. I think we've been working together forever as well. But yeah, we do virtual event platforms, hybrid event platforms, but we started by doing event apps more than 10 years ago. And that's all I'm going to say about Event Mobi. We're awesome. Check us out. But now let's talk about hybrid. When I was preparing for this session, I spoke to a lot of event planners, and the general gist that I got and the general feeling and sentiment that I got from event planners is that hybrid events are terrible. People don't like hybrid events. And when you ask them why that is and why they don't like hybrid events, there's usually a few common answers. First things first, they say they cost a lot of money. And some of that is true, but we're going to cover on that. The second thing they say is, well, honestly, we want to meet again. We want to meet in person. I'm going back to my first big trade show tomorrow. I already picked up my badge. I'm super excited about that. But a lot of event planners think that virtual events are over now that the pandemic is over. And as much as the pandemic isn't over, virtual events aren't over either. So they're going to stay, and we can see that in our numbers. And the third thing they usually mention is that, yeah, if I do an online event portion alongside my on-site event portion, nobody's going to show up. I'm going to have empty seats. And I share that fear sometimes, but one thing to bear in mind, I'm German, and as you may be able to tell by my accents, and Germans love football. We're sometimes good at it, sometimes not. And the football games in Germany weren't broadly televised until the mid-90s, because the German Football Association thought that if they were to broadcast the football games on TV, nobody would come to the games anymore. And, you know, quite the opposite turned out to be true. Now the stadiums are more full than ever, and they're selling licenses for TV transmission. So that has worked quite the opposite way for them as well. So always bear that in mind. So the next thing that I discovered when talking to people about hybrid events is that you ask people what a hybrid event is, and everybody says, yeah, I know what a hybrid event is. And then you ask people, so what is it? Explain it to me. And everybody gives you a different answer. So what are hybrid events? Well, I tried to make a little bit sense of them. And I'm trying to share some of the things that I found, some of the things that I learned, and some of the things hopefully that are relevant for you in order to incorporate hybrid events better in your event strategy. So the first thing about hybrid events, or the first thing that we know as event planners, are traditional on-site events. And I brought you a picture of what doesn't look like the most exciting on-site event. It's one person talking, everybody's sitting in a room. At least the room is, you know, bright. Usually these rooms are dark, and how could you not fall asleep in a dark room? But that's how we ran events in the usual way. And you, as the event organizer, you had a very, very big advantage running events that way, which is you control how your event is working and what's happening in your event, down to the lighting, down to the thermostat, where people eat, what people eat, everything was under your control. And being an event planner myself, I know that's very comforting, knowing that you can control everything in there. Hybrid events, unfortunately, one may say, but I don't think so, are a bit different, because you as event planners have to let go. So your attendees may, you know, take part at your event on site, but they may take part from, you know, their home office, from whatever IKEA furniture they're sitting on. They may take part at your event from their sofas. They may take part, you know, at your event while driving, even though honestly you shouldn't be driving and taking part at an event. Or they may even, you know, join your event from their vacation. But what's really interesting for you as an event planner is that that control that you used to have, you're pretty much losing that. So that's the first thing that you have to kind of wrap your head around and get comfortable with. The second thing I want to talk about is what are hybrid events actually? And I want to draw with you. I want to get a bit creative and I want to get a bit crazy. And let me see if that chart that I drew renders properly or if it shows up all at once. Okay, it shows up all at once, but I'm going to explain to you anyway what you're looking at. Right now, you have two axes. You have the green axis, the x-axis, and you have the red axis, which is the y-axis. And this is how I like to start thinking about hybrid events. So on each axis represents how much you are involving your audiences, be it the on-site audience on the x-axis or the online audience on the y-axis. So far, so good. Everybody's still with me? So I drew boxes in there just to be able to show you a bit better what that means. Because if you look at each of these boxes on that chart, you will find that these events are looking very different based on what event type you're doing. So let me show you the first one, which is the box at the bottom corner at 0, 0. So it has low engagement for the on-site audience. It has low engagement for the remote audience. So that's what we would be looking at. And these events exist. And while it sounds to you as an event planner like that's maybe a bad idea, these events have a very good place in our toolkit of events. A typical, they sound boring, but a typical example of one of these events would be a press conference. So this is a picture of the German Parliament's press conference room. And a press conference, usually there's not much interaction with either audience because all these events are doing is they're communicating in one way. And if that's what your event needs to do, then something where you just stream your event and have people listen to somebody speak on site, that's fair. That's enough. That's something you can do. So let's look at one of the other boxes. Let's look at what happens if we have a high on-site engagement, but we have a relatively low online engagement. These would traditionally be events that happen on site, but they are also just streamed. So whatever the audience on the stream is watching is just that. They're not getting much more engagement out of it. But again, this is what most of the time we thought about as a hybrid event, where whatever happens on site is just being streamed and people can watch it online. And if you're an event planner, this probably makes you cringe right now because you think we shouldn't be doing that. And most of the time, I agree, you will be right. But there are event types where this may actually very well be okay. If you think about, concerts being shown on TV, for example, they may be an event type that, for the home audience that is watching on their TVs or computers, you cannot do much more for them. They're not going to get the same atmosphere, but they're still going to get something out of the event. So as long as the online audience gets something out of the event, I would argue it's pretty legitimate to have such an event that has, as I showed on that graph, a high engagement on site, but a low engagement remotely. Let's look at another box in here. Let's look at what happens if we have a super high engagement online, but we have relatively low engagement on site. That may sound a bit weird to you, but this also works. We see this a lot, for example, with larger associations who are doing this. And what they are doing is usually they're holding like a centralized meeting in a venue where they're just recording and streaming, but then they're streaming it not necessarily to people at home, but they're streaming it to venues like the cinema that I'm showing in that picture that they rented. And the people that are watching remotely, they're actually having all the fun, if you will, and the people who are producing the content are having a bit less of fun. But again, this is another way to think about hybrid events. It doesn't necessarily need to mean that your on-site audience is being prioritized over the remote audience. It may also be very well that the remote audience may get a bigger kick out of it than the on-site audience. So it really depends on what you, as the event planners, want to achieve with your hybrid events, and what and who is in your remote and who is in your on-site audience. So it all comes back at the beginning to thinking about what are my event goals, who are my audiences, and then you can play around with these different event types. Let's look at one of the other boxes that I brought you. What happens if you have really high engagement, both on-site and remotely? And as an event planner, you would probably argue that that's the most exciting way to run a hybrid event, where both the remote audience and the on-site audience are really getting the maximum amount of the event. And I would argue for most of the cases that's probably true, but it's also really, really difficult to achieve, because at that point, you shouldn't also try to see your hybrid audience as one audience. You actually should never do that. They are two very distinct audiences, and you should treat them differently. So that means that content that you create for your online audience can't be the same, at least not always, than the content that you create for your on-site experience, but they kind of have to be tailor-made. So if you're, for example, thinking about, let's say interactive workshops, there's really cool whiteboard tools out there, and Jamie and his folks can tell you all about those that can be embedded with different platforms that work really, really well online. Well, most of these tools, you could also use them on site, but it's really more fun to run around in a room and draw on walls and so on. So really, you need to make sure that you pick the right tools for whatever audience you want to address, and figure out how to address these audiences. So that's the first thing I want to share with you about hybrid events, that there's this traditional notion of it needs to be a stream of whatever happens on site, and ideally we combine them into one audience. And I want to show you that no, you actually have this two-dimensional chart, and you can kind of choose where on that plot you want to lie, and what and how you want to engage the audience. That's part one. Tired much? Here's a picture of a cat, just for comic relief. Cats are awesome, so I'm being told, because it's going to get just a little bit weirder. Because I also want to bring in how to, turn your events into communities, and how to make them last longer, and how to make them hopefully even more valuable for you and your organization. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, two-dimensional charts are great. Three-dimensional charts are even greater. So let me add another axis on here, and let me call it synchrony. Synchrony, if you check out the Oxford English Dictionary, means something that's happening at the same time, or something that happens at the same moment. And this is another issue that we find with hybrid events, because there is this notion that hybrid events, it means that the online and the on-site part needs to happen at the same time. But that's not true. And that's really, really cool, because now you can add way more boxes. I just added 3 on top there, just to illustrate what I'm trying to say. And essentially, whether or not the online part happens at the same time as the on-site part is actually not dictated by hybrid events, but it's dictated by whatever you want to do. I'll give you an example. My girlfriend, she's an event planner for an association. And what they did with the hybrid event is they ran some of their sessions for the online audience exclusively the day before the main event started. And then they did some workshops with the online audience the next day in the morning, while the on-site audience was just about to arrive at the venue. And then in the afternoon, the online and the on-site audience just shared a few keynotes, and then the online audience was done, and the rest of the program was designed around the on-site audience, which helped them to save resources. And this is how I wanted to address the question about money. Yes, if you do like the 10-10, like the best engagement hybrid on-site and online, yes, that's going to take you a lot of time, patience, and money. But if you choose wisely whatever fits your event, you can actually form this around whatever your event goals are. And also, if you bring asynchronity in, so if the on-site and online parts are not necessarily happening at the same time, you're also starting to essentially build a community. So that means that you can bring people in before the event, you can bring people in after the event, and you can start having an event that, yes, the on-site part may only last 3 days, but the entire event may last 2 months. It just spread out over different sessions that people either consume on-site or at home. And this, for a lot of our clients, was really one of the biggest learnings getting involved with hybrid events, that hybrid events are the place where essentially your community and your events meet. And in the past, events quite often were one-off things that happened 3 days and then everybody went back to their offices. But with hybrid events, we really see that A, we can already extend the lifetime of events, but B, we can also use our platform that we're, for example, using to host a hybrid event and host other events that are part of my association and part of my company, but that may be unrelated to that one event that I initially set the platform up for in that platform. So it becomes really a year-round community. And this is something that, we at Event Mobi do. Jamie can also point you to other platforms that can do that, where people can meet, for one-on-one chats, for group discussions, for whatever kind of hangouts you want to do. And also these virtual or hybrid platforms usually have really good features that allow them to become almost like a media library, kind of like a Netflix for your association, because you can put the recordings in, you can put everything in that relates to your hybrid event, and it really becomes a long-term event. We at Event Mobi, we are running an event series for associations called the Association Show. And one thing that I didn't believe until I saw it, but that actually happened, is that the same number of people watches the recordings of the episodes after the event has happened than people watching the actual live episodes. Before the pandemic, I always assumed nobody would watch the recordings because I didn't. And if you don't watch recordings, don't just make assumptions that everybody is like you. A lot of people love watching recordings. And a small anecdote from my work, one of the first online events I designed, I put so much effort into making it look really nice. And then a colleague of mine, I asked her how she liked the event, and she said, yeah, she was listening to the event last night when she was riding her bike. And I asked her, so you didn't watch it? You just listened to it? And she told me, yeah, it was good. And I was like, dude, I spent so much time making this event happen, make it look visually appealing, and you're just listening to it. But then I came to realize that actually, it's not my position to judge how she consumes the event. And honestly, as an event planner, as much as you like to control everything, I want to urge you to also maybe take a stand and say it's also not your position to judge how your audience consumes your event, because everybody learns differently. And I think one of the most powerful things you as an event planner can do with hybrid events is essentially give flexibility to your attendees to consume your events in different ways. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share. I think I'm 15 minutes in. I was given 17 or 18 minutes, so perfect for timing because we're Germans here. So if there are any questions, fire away. Other than that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Torben. I like to describe you as a German genius, and I probably couldn't have expected to see a presentation without those charts. As a person in this space that's highly involved with virtual, hybrid, and physical, I think what's something I haven't actually seen before is, those two charts with the boxes and the circles, even though they're potentially in my head. Can you post them on your LinkedIn or somewhere that people, even in this audience, will be able to actually grab them? Because even if you took those boxes and applied, what features or what things to do in each box, that then scores whether that's physical or virtual or hybrid, then those boxes and what you're doing can really actually create a map of how to plan an event.
Yeah.
To be completely honest. So it was really, really cool to see that. What I found quite funny is, Germans like to be in control and understand what the plan is. But you're sort of here saying, take a step back, breathe, relax, and maybe not be in so much control. But at the same time, the sort of how flexible you can be with a hybrid event in many different ways of bringing people together pre, during, and post, physical, external. It doesn't have to be all at the same time, which I completely agree with. What is a hybrid event?
So, good question. A hybrid event is essentially any event by definition that has an online and an on-site portion to it. So I would even, and I have had fights over this, but this is what this is how I see it. I would even argue that if you do an event that's predominantly on-site, but you're making the recordings available afterwards, that makes it a hybrid event. So, and I think one of the biggest challenges event planners had in the past was that they thought, okay, a hybrid event is an event where at the same time there's an online and an on-site part happening, and they should be more or less the same. And that's putting us in such a tight, constrained box when it comes to when it comes to getting these events right and to making these events work for us, because that doesn't work for every organization. And so I'm convinced that a hybrid event is any event that has an online and an on-site, a virtual and a physical, if you will, portion. And so subsequently, pretty much, I would argue any event in the future is going to be a hybrid event, and that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think you just answered it. So hybrid is if your event has an online and an on-site portion, end of. No fights, no arguments. That's the answer, because I can, completely agree. What I'm really interested in, and we're going to take questions from the audience in a couple of seconds. There's quite a few there. Question is, okay, so Event Mobi have done 20,000 physical events plus 250,000 hours of virtual hours plus. How many events as of today within your client base and event base, what's the percentage that are virtual? What's the percentage that are hybrid? And what's the percentage that are physical? Because there's, I believe, a huge misconception of really what the market looks like. And just, again, another fight between people of, hey, the market's 50% this and 50% that, or X, Y, and Z. From your experience and from Event Mobi's perspective, what is the percentage virtual, percentage hybrid, and the percentage physical?
Yeah, I'm not fast enough to pull the numbers up, but we ran these numbers a couple of weeks ago, and it's really interesting because last year pretty much all of the events were virtual, at least during the more tougher times of the pandemic, and by now we are back to about 70% in-person events, 20% virtual events, and 10% hybrid events. But because we kind of know what events are coming up with our customer base in the next year, we can kind of also look into the future, which is pretty cool. And what we see happening is actually that 70% chunk is growing smaller again to the benefit of hybrid events. So that doesn't mean that the on-site events are going away, but when kind of things started to open up first, everybody was incredibly quick to go back to in-person events. And now that they kind of have had, somebody once called it revenge events, once they had their revenge events with COVID, they're now looking into the future and actually bringing the hybrid portion back in. So the hybrid portion of the events is growing, and we see virtual events pretty stable at about 20%. So they're definitely going to stay. They're not going to go away. If you hate virtual events, sorry.
Yeah, I think that leads on to my second question before I actually take the audience to questions. Is so if you took away hybrid event and the virtual element, and we just, COVID didn't exist, and we've just got physical events again in 100%. What do you think the ROI would be in terms of people's missed return on investment. So when you went through your presentation, you know, the hybrid, the benefits, the catch-ups, the recordings, you know, the digest, the learnings, the interactions, there's like, you know, it's a no-brainer. Why, you know, why wouldn't you do a hybrid anyway, regardless? So like, you know, what do you think the percentage of lost opportunity, engagement and community and return on investment if you just do a fully physical event, no catch-ups, no post-event engagements, no two-way between people that can't make it? I mean, is that short-sighted just to do physical?
Yeah, it is. So I'm not going to make up a number on the spot because that wouldn't be serious. But there's actually it's actually pretty old, a pretty old study from the American Institute of Architects, I think, AIA, who started doing virtual events in 2005. And who also studied other virtual events in a proper study. And to this day, they haven't seen a event or to that point. And I have every reason to believe that hasn't changed. So I would even argue to this day, there hasn't been a single event that added a virtual portion to their event and lost attendees and lost opportunities. So let alone on the number of attendees that join the event, there's never been an event that I know of that has lost attendees. So already on the financial end, this probably makes sense. And I can anecdotally talk about my girlfriend again, who, you know, who always ran an event with about 150 attendees on site. And they're relatively small associations, and also the member organizations of that association, they don't necessarily bathe in money. So going to their conference was already a big thing for them. And adding a virtual portion to that allowed them to sell virtual tickets or hybrid tickets essentially at 60% of the cost. So they were already considerably cheaper, and added 200 new attendees to their event. So they more than doubled their attendance. So I think the opportunity cost that is lost by just doing pure in-person events is pretty big. You need to factor in, however, that obviously creating that online experience also does come with costs. But again, this is where kind of this chart comes in, where you can kind of pick and choose how much you want to happen at the same time and how much each audience should really get in terms of experience, and adapt that so that in the end of the day, you should go out cost positive from this exercise.
Okay, so just because I hogged the questions, Torben. So just 2 more minutes of your time. I know you're at IMX and you're a really busy man today, so highly appreciate everything you're going through. But just a couple questions from the audience. So are there tools that the event planners can use to get the most out of a hybrid event? In my head, I think of EventMobi or these platforms, of course, but are there any additional tools that you might add into these platforms or anything beyond? Or, you know, if you was to pick 2 tools, what would they be?
As an event technology nerd, I usually, and this may sound a bit weird, but I think thinking about tools to make your event better is actually not the right way to go about it. Instead, you need to think about meeting design. So how do I structure the sessions? How do I structure the content? And once you've figured out the meeting design, the tools that people are using should be pretty self-evident. And most of these tools are not rocket science. It's just about how do you use these tools. With that being said, so yes, I choose no tools, but if I had to choose tools, I would probably, I think my 2 favorite tools are Miro, which is an incredibly cool collaborative whiteboard. But then the other tool that I want to mention is, you know, we should not forget virtual events are much more painful to sustain and to go through, because you're looking at a screen and you're not moving that much. So you need to add fun to your event. And there's a quiz tool, I think they're owned by WebEx or by Cisco or somebody like that, called Kahoot, which allows, even in your virtual events, to create collaborative quizzes, and it's incredibly cool. So these are the two tools that I would choose.
And you can actually, even on the white drawing board, so as you said earlier, you know, physical events, people love running up to the boards, drawing X, Y, and Z. But you could actually have a digital screen at that event. So the attendees that are physically there can, of course, use a digital pen and draw, but then the virtual attendees can also be added to that. So of course, you could have cross collaboration and loss, so that you can even still bring these into a hybrid setting completely as well between the two.
Yeah, that's true. There's a bunch of them, and there's one, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. There's a company, I think they're called WeFrame, and they do very cool whiteboards, but there's others too. I'm not sure if you guys offer any of them, but that's true. So some of these whiteboards are now really good for like that kind of event.
Yeah, cool. And last question. Did you do more hybrid? Well, I think I already know the answer to this. Did you do more hybrid events before, during, or after COVID?
Definitely.
Sorry, Torben, that adds on to another question just before it. We were doing hybrid events before the pandemic. How do you think the pandemic has changed the way we do it? So combined, do we do more, less, or after?
Yeah, so I can't tell the person that has asked the question in particular how it has changed their event, but I think what happened in general was that, you know, at first we went fully virtual, and then for a moment, everybody went hybrid, not because they believed in hybrid as much, but because they were really scared that we would go into another lockdown and they would be left outstanding in the rain. And so I think during the pandemic, which by the way, is still going on. During the pandemic, we saw a lot of hybrid events that were kind of ran out of safety reasons, I would almost argue. And so the number of hybrid events has dropped pretty starkly over the past few months, but it's growing again. So people no longer do them because they think they have to do it as kind of an insurance policy, but they do them because they want to do them and they see the value in hybrid events.
I think that's quite a key point there, really. I mean, if you're in the UK, yes, the pandemic is still existing, but the British government just kind of like said it doesn't exist anymore. So it's kind of hidden, but depending on which country you're in and which region you're in, of course, depends if the pandemic's still roaring away, which evidently it still is. And one of the trending technologies that we've noticed today is safety is actually one of the trending points within tech now, and how that can be applied between the audience. Yeah. Torben, what would be really cool is if there's any way you can share those graphs either on your LinkedIn, and attendees can just go on there and either reach out to you and then grab that, that'd be really great, because as a huge amount of advice, when you are ever planning a virtual hybrid event, definitely take Torben's graphs, I would say his German graphs, because they would actually help you really align of, you know, what features you might use that then cross-reference between physical and virtual. And once you kind of build that map out with that graph, you can actually build a very successful hybrid event, taking in consideration the joint levels between the two. Torben, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Enjoyed your time at IMX. I hope you guys have a great show. If there is anyone here watching today during IMX, definitely go check out Torben and Event Moby and have a chat. And thank you very much, Torben. Have a great afternoon.
And you take care.
Thanks, Torben. So on to our next speaker. I mean, I did tell you at the start, we've literally jam-packed this event with really cool speakers, you know, leading event techs and agencies that are really shaping this industry. We have Alex Arn joining from SwapCard. And again, everyone, the platform you're using today is a SwapCard solution, so you can really understand how it looks and works. But nonetheless, SwapCard, as much as Event Moby, SpotMe, and other speakers that we have within this, are leaders in this space. And I'm very excited to listen to the return in smarter in-person events. And in fact, before I hand over to you, Alex, you know, what we've been learning at Launch Interactions over the past, you know, kind of coming out of the pandemic, so say, is there seems to be a lost generation of what physical event tech was or is. It seems like there's a whole load of re-engaging, re-educating, and in fact, there's a whole load of, I'd say, people that have joined the industry that have never attended a physical event, which is just a little bit nuts or weird, but it is what it is. So over to you, Alex, the return in smarter and in-person events. Very much looking forward to listening.
Thanks, Jamie. Hi, everyone. Delighted to be part of this event. So as Jamie mentioned, I'm part of Swapcard. I'm actually managing the channel partnerships for Swapcard across a few countries, UK, Germany, and a few other countries in Europe. Swapcard is, for those who don't know, so the platform using today, but to give you a brief intro, we're an all-in-one platform from events, from registration to the technology platform to support all type of events and on-site services as well. So today, I will be presenting the return to smart in-person events topic. To intro a little bit that topic, I'd like to tell you a little bit of intro of what happened across the past couple of years with COVID, and what we've seen recently and at the beginning of this year in 2022 is the event industry saw signs of return to planning in-person events. Many event planners were and are enthusiastic, about getting back to their old business models. But the lessons that our industry has learned over the past couple of years is what we believe is going back to pre-pandemic event model would be a mistake. Instead, we think that event organizers should take the advancement made in technology across the past couple of years and run smarter, stronger, and more profitable events. So our world has changed, which means for events, audience expectation have changed as well. As you mentioned, Jamie, before, some people haven't been able to attend a physical event at all. So some people expect their first physical event experience to be just as the one they had virtually. And COVID has also left a significant impact on attendees' willingness to and the ability for them to even travel. With all that virtual event experience, audience now expect this high quality experience, digital first option as well, which is what event organizers should provide. So they are starting to question, the attendees are starting to question whether traveling is worth it. And therefore, it means impacting the attendance, which is a bit lower than in previous years. As an example, this year in 2022, if we can pick an event, South by Southwest, saw a 20% drop in attendance compared to previous in-person events. And I'd say across our portfolio, Swapcard, most of our clients are showing the same trend for the return to physical events. 2 years of digital meetings have given, we think, a glimpse to event professionals in what their in-person events could be evolving into if they become more tech-centric. They want the in-person events software to be more like their virtual event software. So what is smart events? I guess you probably heard that term before. You'll probably have heard a lot of different definitions around the industry as well, but they all lean towards the same thing. Smart events is a technology-driven event with physical and online components as well, and therefore unprecedented possibilities for data capture. It's really the world of virtual and in-person that are meeting for both sides. And I'm not just talking about hybrid events, it's just across in-person, across virtual, across hybrid, we have now these possibilities to go a lot more further. And the format of the event doesn't matter, if it's one of the three, maybe virtual, hybrid, physical, you should be taking advantage of the technology to enhance your experience around your events. At the end of the day, it is your brand, which is at the center of it all, and will be benefiting from this as well. So the first thing that event planners need to be able to run those smarter events is an end-to-end platform, an end-to-end event technology platform. It could be Swapcard is one of the options, obviously, that can hold all the aspects of the events in one place. That is the most key important aspect. This saves event planners a lot of time and headaches. What we see is, I guess, 4 key components to a smart event. The first one, digital first approach. All content should be paperless. Second one, smart journey. Providing intelligent recommendation of all aspects of an event. Networking, who you should meet, which exhibitors you should go and visit, which sessions should be good for you. And with an AI, for example, it's something that can help you recommend that to you. We have one in Swapcard, other platforms have one as well, but it's one key aspect to a smart event. Third one, data-driven. Obviously, I mentioned and talk a lot about data today, but it's at the key and the center of it all. Capturing the attendees' digital journey is super important. And then going even further, you want to connect this data with all the platforms you're working with, most importantly, your CRM. So integration is also key these days to make sure that your platform is connected with all your tools. Fourth one and last one, continuous brand engagement. Take attendees beyond event days and develop a real long-term relationship with those attendees. But in practice, how does it work for organizers, for exhibitors, and for attendees? For organizers, a simple event software will help them to focus on their content, which is at the center of it all. These days, using a platform such as Swapcards make it very easy for organizers to set up their events and update everything on the go just with a couple of clicks. And therefore, as I said, focus on content. And every action, every click has a digital footprint. This will allow event organizer to understand what your audience is interested in, how well they rank the speakers, how long they stayed in each of the sessions, who they meet, how many meetings took place, all that data. And then organizer, by having access to all this data with the right platform, will allow them to understand what happens, what the audience is interested in, and then measure a much more precise ROI as well. Now, exhibitors. Exhibitors will also be making the most of the technology to better engage with their audience. By allowing exhibitors and sponsors even to engage with their attendees pre-event through an event app. What we've seen at Swapcard is an average between, to be large, 70% and 95%, depending on the event type, sponsors, exhibitors, will have leads generated pre-event. And that makes it super important for them and for the organizer to open the platform beforehand to show them how much they can gain from that. And then obviously you should make it easier on site as well to collect leads and have a full overview for those exhibitors, that they can have a full overview of that data as well in real time. Now, lastly, attendees. A platform to support the event experience nowadays, not only during the event, but also before and after, is key. The mobile app, the event mobile app, is central to add that value, provide more engagement across your events, and help your attendees find the relevant content, the sessions, the networking opportunities, and find the exhibitors. This way they can prepare pre-events and make connections, and therefore be ready to make the most out of your events when it's time. They know who they will meet, they know which session they will go to, they know which exhibitors they should go and meet in person at their stand or on their virtual booth. And now we can even dig further into this pre and post-event experience I was talking about. What we see is that 60% in average of all these interactions, if you open the platform and if you have a platform beforehand, happens before the event. So 60% of all the interaction is before the event even begins. That's why it's so important to have a platform to support all your events that can be operational before, but also after. There is a huge opportunity to keep the platform open after your event, to put content on there and to go even further. What we believe, if we can go further than this, the future is about removing those event silos that we had until now and have a unified experience around your brand. Instead of having a start date and end date for each of your events and start this marketing again and again each time, why not having a single unified platform across all your events with the content and all your attendees? This is what the industry and what we call at Swapcard the community. So what is a community? A community is a space where all your events, your content, your attendees, your sponsor gather 365 days a year with your brand at the center of it all. This is what will allow you to maintain the engagements all year round and grow your brand even further to the next level, really. By having this unified platform, and a single platform open all year long, you're now able to active a much larger share of your audience. You can run different type of events, webinars, sessions, all those type of events in one place across the year at any point of time, have all this event interconnected, and also feed as much content as you want to your attendees and your community members. And that audience can keep on growing and growing as you get better as well of understanding what they're interested in. Because once again, going back to the data, you will capture all the data, every single clicks, those behavioral on your platform, everything that happens within your community. And by capturing all this data, you will understand what people are interested in, what works, what doesn't, and therefore adapt your content, create new events based on this data, attract more members, and ultimately, what's most and interesting and the key goal here is monetize your community in the best possible way to get the best ROI on the platform. I like this graph because this illustrates pretty well how we can compare the traditional event marketing funnel with what we believe the future model should be. And marketing strategy that will evolve based on your attendees' behavior and feedback. So obviously this is just a graph, but this is where we see that happening by having all this interconnection, all this data in one place. This is what the future holds for the community. So I'd like to wrap this up on this last slide. This is my last slide before we move on to a bit of questions if we have time and if there are any. But to end this session, I wanted to provide some visibility on the timeline we see this evolution happening. I begin this session, talking about the smarter event experience, which is where we are, I guess, today in 2022. And in-person, virtual, hybrid events are all very relevant model, obviously, which will work well if you're using the RAP platform as well to support it. But even better, if you're rotating those models across the year, and you're going from one type of event to another, mixing it up. But now the next evolution is, we talked about that community aspect, that's community possibilities. And we think that community model is just around the corner. This means it's now time to anticipate and change and get ready for the community this year, because that will be the next model from 2023, potentially 2024, but it's just around the corner. So we want to get, and that's one of the reasons I came here to speak today, to, starting talking about this topic and get people ready to change their mindsets. And if we keep following the trend to continue this evolution, you can imagine community becoming a real marketplace is what we see the long-term vision for also our clients and event organizers. That's it for me for the different slides. I let questions be answered if there are any. Feel free to let me know. I don't know, Jamie, if there's any question that you received on your side.
Yeah, cool. Alex, thank you so much for going through that. And there's questions coming in, but whilst they're coming in also, I've also got a few questions that I've also wrote down myself. So
shoot.
Over the years, when we talk of AI, I think, and data. So I went to a really big event that included, your CEO from Twitter and all the 300 world tech leaders. And there was a session explaining that data is more valuable than gold. So that was pre-COVID, and of course gold went up in price during COVID, so it's probably even more valuable as of today. But when I've worked with platforms in the past, there's a big discussion around AI, but when it really turns out that platform doesn't really have AI or doesn't know what AI is. So whilst you're going through all these data points, I think, data is a really exciting and sexy thing, I believe. But at the same time, if your end user doesn't really know how to take advantage of this data, are they missing these opportunities if they don't have a platform that really helps them take advantage of it?
Yeah, That's a really good and complex question. There's multiple ways to answer
Yeah, sure.
this.
Sorry.
But obviously, yes, I think data is at the center of it all, and now it's even more gold, as you say, because we're able to track and collect a lot more data. So I guess the next step is how to make use of this. First, as you said, having the right platform that can collect all this, because there's multiple ways to collect data across your events. Now we're lucky to be in this type of events where with virtual, even in person and hybrid, we can collect a lot more by having the tool. So I think the first step is choosing the right tool, and then exploiting that data is the second part. So with platforms such as us, I know there's plenty of others that help the event organizers, to understand better that data. We have also our own AI, which provides, a little bit more insight for attendees, makes it easier for them to navigate and provide even more data for the event organizers. But you need to have the right platform to collect it and the right platform to analyze it. And even I'll go further by having, the advice and the right people to be able to help event organizers. So at Swapcard, we believe that we're a SaaS platform, at the end of the day, we're technology, but we believe every client should get a customer success manager that helps them manage the events. And afterwards, kind of give them feedback and help them to understand that data to make the experience even better and understand the ROI of their events.
Mm-hmm. And you know what, I'm actually going to add on to all of this, Alex, because you made a point around community model around the corner. To be completely honest, that community model has been crying out by the attendees even pre-COVID. And what's really interesting is by taking your data, you're able to understand 60% of that happens pre-event, which I completely agree. Just to talk to the audience, if you really are not taking advantage of pre-event community engagement, then you're losing 60% of your audience engagement, coming together, breaking barriers, being different, talking, engaging. And really, most of that happens pre-event. So if you're not doing it pre-event, then you're losing 60% of what actually happens pre-event. So that's just to reiterate a comment that you made. But there is a question from the audience, and I think it actually adds on to my AI part. How can your AI feature, Alex, be utilized for in-person events? So how does your AI actually support attendees? And is it real AI? And is it like really great AI? Or is it like a tech platform say they have AI?
Multiple definitions around AI, so I won't be diving into the scientific terms of this. Our AI is simply an algorithm that we have developed, which with every interaction that the platform makes on the platform, with every interaction that an attendees make on the platform, our algorithm understand better what the person are interested in and then provide recommendation around a different aspect. So networking, who they should connect with, who would be a good match for them, sessions, which session they should attend, maybe because they connected with one person, therefore that person is coming to that session. So I mean, if they got similar interests, they should potentially go to that session. Exhibitors as well, which exhibitor booth they should visit. So
creating the smarter in-person part.
Correct. Yeah. So in that sense, our algorithm is an AI, it provide recommendation and then provide better recommendation as there is more interaction with the platform. And going back to what you were saying before, that's 60-40% is the model we are in today if you got different events. But if we evolve to the community model, they won't be like before and after event. They'll just be a community with 365 days engagement. So there's just a platform open where you collect data at any point of time. So if you're not doing this even today, you're already late. Community is what's coming next and what should be happening tomorrow. But yes, that is key. And then AI helps providing more data, but at the end of the day, it's also for the organizer to help, I guess, pushing that platform to their attendees, because for in-person events, you can run in-person events without a platform. You don't really need a platform to run an in-person event which is happening at a venue. But if you want to be able to provide further engagement, be able to have that data available to you to understand what people like, what they didn't, provide further engagement, then you need that platform. And that platform will allow you then to collect the data and then to provide a better experience, et cetera, et cetera. So that's like a positive spiral which goes on and on.
That actually leads on to quite a technical question I was just about to ask you. What do you think the percentage is that artificial intelligence within analyzes this data, recommending who to connect with, what sessions to attend, similar interests, you know, all this machine working in the background that's creating intuitive and natural touch points without a user having to find the time or go through it. You know, like you could spend hours maybe finding the right content, the right sessions, the right people, maybe days, but this AI kind of takes that down to minutes. If you kind of took out the AI, how less efficient do you think an attendee's experience can be, such as, you know, how many less meetings could they actually have, or how many less meaningful sessions they may miss? Like, I'm not sure if I'm phrasing that right, but if you take away smart AI, then what is the potential loss to an attendee of that event?
As you said, I think it's time. And then it means people will spend more time on the platform looking for the right session, the right people to connect with. And therefore, either they might get frustrated, or either they leave it at that and they just decide to go to the events and see what happens, which means for the event organizer, ultimately back to the data, collecting less data, making the event less relevant for attendees, and therefore having a less return on investment, because those people won't potentially return to that event if they can't find the relevant content for them. So at the end of the day, AI is helping event organizers, helping exhibitors having more leads. It's helping attendees finding what they need in less time. So this is all about time and data, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Last question, Alex, and we're going to leave on this so that everyone can enjoy their break and network, hopefully, with each other. But so in your opinion, does back to in-person events include a virtual hybrid element?
Not necessarily. I'd say it depends on the type of events. I think one of the slides which I showed at the end was showing that and explaining that all those different models are relevant if they're exploding in the right possible way. So what we think is rotating the different models, having different types of event formats across the year is key, because that will allow a variety of different type of events for your different attendees and your crowd and your members. And there's no right type of event formats. Because if you have the right platform, the right tool, you will be able to provide potential on-demand or replay videos of your on-site events, make it more attractive for people to go on-site because they won't be able to attend online, but then make another events afterwards which they can attend online because you provided a bit of suspense around it. So there's no right model. I think you should be rotating these models and base your event strategy on this.
I think that's a good question that we might send out a poll to the audience during the break. Alex Arn from SwapCard, thank you kindly for joining our session today.
Pleasure, Jamie.
It's really great listening to your content. Have a great afternoon, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Jamie, and thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Well, thank you, Alex. So at the same time, what we are going to do, we're a little bit behind, only a few minutes. We're now going to go into a break. There's networking. There's also a networking lobby that you can join. So if you'd like to join that lobby, you can go in there and join some breakout groups and have a chat, or just simply grab some food, have a coffee, and we will see everyone back here in 20 minutes time at come back at 3:10. And we're going to be listening to Lizzie Eaton from Odyssey Events, an award-winning agency and organizer, given the landscape really of event agencies that in our eyes, again, is still kind of like up in the air of really what the defined route is. So I look forward to speaking to everyone and seeing everyone shortly. Have a good break. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had a great break and got coffee and all energized up and even taken advantage of the networking. I'm really excited to sort of move away from the technology side of things now and actually bring in an expert from, well, the founder and owner of Oddity Events and Marketing, Lizzie Eaton. This is an award-winning person and an award-winning agency. Now, there's a really sort of, on my side, a really sort of interesting misconception, I'd say, of really what's the event agency landscape? What has it been? Where are they going? And I'm really hoping Lizzie's going to come today and just nail that in the head and kind of set the scene for everyone. So Lizzie Eaton from Oddity Events, welcome to the launch event. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Jamie. This all looks very smart.
But not as smart as your t-shirt. Yeah, it looks like you're sort of NASA / Bowie.
You have to represent. I mean, I'm feeling quite patriotic today. Do you want to see my Bowie / the Queen poster?
Very cool.
Right.
Yeah, it's very cool. Well, what I also noticed, Lizzie, is you're back in your office. So
Yeah.
you're fully office bound.
Yeah, so we were working remotely. So we found that in the pandemic, it was possible to work remotely, but now that physical events are back, it's really important for us to have a base because we've got so much stuff that needs to go with us to physical events, but also it's a good place for us all to kind of align with each other on creative and like logistics and stuff like that. So I actually find the office quite valuable space for us to come and be together and get all our ducks in a row, if you will, because I guess the balance between virtual events and physical events, we're having to juggle quite a lot. So I find it's good for us to be able to come here and just have it all out on the table and at least have some storage to leave all that stuff behind.
Yeah, so I mean, just sort of jumping out of turn, really, I guess sort of the valuable space in the office is the same as a physical event. It's a valuable space physically being there.
Yeah, it is. We get to have conversations that we wouldn't necessarily have otherwise. So, you know, in the pandemic, we had to rely on solutions like Slack and make sure that everyone's reading their emails. Whereas previously, we could just scream across the office and be like, hey, have you got that? We couldn't do that in the pandemic. So we had to keep the communication really tight. But now we have a little bit more fluidity and we can share ideas and stuff. So I find that quite valuable. But I should mention that the team works part-time in the office and part-time remotely. So a few days a week, we're all here together, and a few days a week, we're all in our own spaces at home or in a cafe or a hotel, wherever we prefer to be. So I like to keep it flexible. You know, it's really important for everyone's well-being that they have that flexibility, because I don't think it'd be fair to force everyone to the office every day.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really nice way of how the session has started for our fireside chat, because I've got a few questions I'd like to ask you. And for the audience that are watching this, again, just down to the bottom right, you'll be able to submit your questions. If you do submit the questions, we will ask Lizzie and then listen to the answer. But for my question that I've kind of got already for you, number one, pre-pandemic, what did your agency look like? What were its strengths and what were the main challenges? And have agencies changed since the pandemic?
Yeah, so for us, I guess we should start at the start. So my agency was founded by me in 2018. It was just me for about a year and a half. And then in February 2020, I hired my first team members. Lo and behold, March 2020 came around and it was the pandemic. But before that, we focused a lot on establishing ourselves in the first instance, doing a lot of work with political audiences, public affairs and advocacy, because that's the background that I came from. So at the beginning, the strengths were capitalizing on my network and establishing myself and carving a niche in the public affairs and advocacy world. And the challenges, I guess, were maintaining a momentum. Like I found that it was very much, we were flat out or we were dead. Like it was hard to keep a steady drumbeat of work. And then in terms of how agencies have changed now, I think it's become ultra competitive. It was always previously ultra competitive, but now like I found that yes, it's competitive, but in some ways much more collaborative. Like say, for example, Jamie, we were just talking about this, weren't we, that you would consider yourself an agency, but we would collaborate on a lot of work for our clients together and making sure that we're coming up with the right solution, whereas previously it was so competitive, but we weren't as collaborative. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes complete sense. And I think it's actually quite a nice way, and I completely agree. I mean, it seems like by being more collaborative, there's a lot more diversity, but also abilities to kind of connect events in the variations of ways that exist.
Absolutely, Jamie. Yeah, like previously we never did virtual events, and well, I sort of did a few webinars, but they were kind of not good. Yeah, so we obviously had to add that string to our bow.
Why do you think the webinars weren't good? What is a bad webinar?
I think that it was, so when I'd done them previously, not through my agency, but for other places that I'd worked, I think that we were not as aware of how many solutions that there were, and it made us quite sort of blinkered to what the opportunities were. But now, like, there are so many solutions available, and it's just come leaps and bounds since then. And I think it's great. It's actually created a lot of opportunities for me. So yeah, it's good. And it helps to have people like you guys when I've got a stupid question about something that seems quite difficult for me, but is really simple for you guys. It's great to kind of have a point of call for somebody who's an expert specialist, and I can be an expert specialist in my field, you know?
Yeah, I was about to actually say, back to that collaborative approach. By all means, yes, we are an agency, but only in event tech, where you are an agency in delivering an event. And by cross collaborating, it of course improves the overall experience. Exactly. And that actually comes on from, whilst I've got a number of questions to ask you, I'm actually going to take advantage of questions coming in from the audience as well. Whilst on point. So what are you focusing on with your event tech?
Yeah, so now we are pretty much full throttle back to physical, but we have a lot of demand for making sure that there's a hybrid element. So we're trying to push our clients towards making sure that, and this is a cliche answer because everyone knows the answer to this, making sure that the online audience is as valued or is as engaged as the physical audience. So the tech that we're focusing on is things like using handheld devices, where like we've been using one where the physical attendees and the online attendees ask questions with the same device, and just trying to bridge the gap in that way. Also, I'm finding that clients are really interested in investing in the look and feel of the virtual events. So where we've had to create really vibrant content, like it's been helpful for us to find solutions that meet their expectations visually as well as experientially.
I think one of the most important parts there is vibrant content as well, whilst combining both audiences. Because what we definitely found and what we see in terms of what's trending or the top 7 trending things, you know, one of them is valuable content. Which is going to lead me on to to another question. What was your response to the pandemic to keep your agency going? And how have you capitalized on the opportunities the pandemic created? And I think this is a really great question, because I know a lot of agencies that, 1, didn't capitalize on the opportunities, 2, did keep a closed mindset, and kind of 3, just didn't really accept what was happening.
Yeah, you're so right. What did we do to keep going? So initially it was panic, crying, tears, worry about the team. That washed over eventually. And then we basically had to start learning our jobs again, Jamie. So I had to enable the team to do loads of training on virtual events, get to know what the different platforms are, understand what's available to us within our clients' budget, and then become like a credible source or a credible player in the game to offer that solution and deliver it well. So while we were learning, we were also trying to get experience and do our own, when we did our own events, to be able to give ourselves that experience, so we could then tell our clients that we had the experience and we were credible. And then I guess what that enabled us to do was this is a great opportunity for us, was that because we expanded into virtual events, we became an agency that mostly operated in the UK, like London pretty much, But that now I can safely say that we're a global agency because we've been doing events for clients in South Africa, in Washington, in Asia, like all over the place.
That's quite funny, really, isn't it? In reality, you've become global because of the pandemic.
Exactly.
And of course, because
I can't complain too much, Jamie, because I feel like it's made me better at my job. It's helped me to understand that in order to be a successful business owner, I need to be able to be agile and respond quickly and do so strategically, and not just like sulk that I'm not doing physical events, and not be in denial about the reality of things, like you said. It was a kind of a wake-up call that made me think, oh, actually, I'm quite behind with my own skills, and it's made me appreciate the gaps that I had in the team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you've made some really cool points there, which I might even actually end the session on. So before we get,
hey,
I've still got a few more questions. So, what are you doing now that you didn't do before, as an agency? So again, what's really great about you in the session is your agency perspective. So, what are agencies doing now that they didn't do before?
Yeah, so something that I found quite difficult is putting the value of what we do to clients in a way that's convincing to them, which is, instead of it being retrospective, it needs to be like, this is what we can deliver for you. You just have to trust us. Mm-hmm. So sometimes I find clients can be a bit reluctant to put the money down in one whack. So what we do now that we didn't do before is we produce more strategic sessions with them. We're more sort of consultants rather than delivery partners. So what I do is offer them sort of strategic guidance, so like putting together workshops for them about, creativity, sustainability, content design, workshops for that. And then after that, we're enabling them, giving them ideas, we're charging them for those. We're then billing them out in phases, so they can pay us for the strategic guidance and the content development, or they can then bolt on the logistics and the delivery and the evaluation. So I'm doing it as a much more phased approach, which is helping me understand where the value is under each phase. And we didn't do that before. So it's helped me to kind of really nail the value of what we do.
To be completely honest, I think you're actually helping the client nail the value by delivering those bite-sized sort of chunks of deliveries and those workshops. Yeah. Definitely, I'd say during the pandemic, no one really knew what's happening 6 months from now. And of course, 2 years of that combined with sort of coming out of the pandemic, and still, depending on which country and which region you're in, it would depend on sort of what rules. But there was a lot of anxiety or worry from clients about, as you say, just slapping that money down all at once and delivering this event. But by
there's a lot of risk involved in that, isn't there? And if we can say, right, you need to be able to trust us, but we'll let you do it in baby steps. So if you can pay us for the discovery, then the planning, and then the execution, and then the evaluation, it just makes it a bit easier to swallow, and it reinforces the value of the modern event planner, I feel.
Yeah, and to sort of add on to that, from a question from the audience, the question is, what have you found that has been the most positive thing with the new developments over COVID? So what is, if you could pick one, what is the most positive thing out of all of this?
I'm not gonna be like, yay, pandemic, because it was really difficult, and I sort of acknowledge the collective trauma that we've all had. But I do really think that it's the collaboration, and how I'm learning how to be a business owner and an event manager is all coming out as a result of the pandemic. And my network is now doubled or tripled as it had, and it was much smaller before, but now it's doubled or tripled easily. And I think that's probably the main positive. My network is probably my number one most valuable asset to my business, and it's just gotten bigger and bigger because of the pandemic, because we had to connect in some way, and events like this are a great channel to do that.
And I think what just clearly shines within yourself is your positivity. And
you should see me when I'm in a bad mood, though.
No, I'll definitely stay away from you from a bad mood. So what do you think your predictions are for the next 5 years?
Yeah, I think that So there's a lot of chat going around in the agency world at the moment about there being a lack of talent in the talent pool. I feel like we spoke a bit about collaboration, but there will also be the need for agencies to continue to be agile in the sense of being able to scale up and down as required, rather than having massive agency models that, you slap the price tag down on the client because you're paying for overheads and massive salaries. I actually feel like the smaller agency model will be the one that stands the test of time. Well, I'm hoping so, because that's what my agency is like. Just go with me, Jamie. So I think that will probably be what I predict for agencies in 5 years' time. Obviously, we need to think about, you guys were talking about it earlier about the metaverse and things like that, but I sort of worry that a lot of these things are quite trendy and then they don't have that much of a shelf life. It's about us event profs showing people how it's done and doing it well. So I think that I think technology will still be there, and hybrid events definitely will be a huge part of it. But I think that at the end of the day, like, we have to make sure that we pay close attention to behaviours and make sure that we're responding to our clients' needs based on what we think their audiences will do, rather than because we think this particular technology is snazzy. I hope that's answered your question, Jamie.
Yeah, and I was going to sort of jump onto that, and I'm actually going to throw you a curveball.
Okay.
So in terms of sustainability, so there's a number of things that these things that can create sustainability, and of course Natalie Lowe, founder of the Sustainable Events Summit, joined earlier at the start. And what are you doing as an agency potentially that you may have not done pre-pandemic? And of course, pandemic, I mean, given the fact that everything kind of stopped from traveling to X, Y, and Z, so technically, 80% of the world's event resources or waste just disappeared, not by choice, but by must. But are you taking anything from the pandemic and applying that to how you work with events now in a sustainable way?
Yeah, so I'm not going to masquerade as somebody who's a sustainability expert, but I'm very conscious that if my business is going to stay relevant and current, that I need to respond to it and do as much as we can to be as responsible as possible. I think that my kind of response right now is to make sure that my team is well clued up on how we can be more sustainable with our event practice and enable them to make the right decisions, and us have conversations with clients that point them in the right direction. So my response at the moment is to educate myself and my whole team, and to go looking for solutions like event cycle, for example, an event decision where we can measure our impact on the environment with each event, because it's not just about being more responsible for the environment. It's also about reputation. It's our reputation as an agency and our clients' reputations for their events. So we need to make sure that we're always underpinning ourselves with their values. And one of the pieces of advice I have to my team when they're dealing with clients is to ask the client for just a view of their sustainability policy and make sure that we're fully aligned with it, and not just make it up as we go along. Let's try and really meet the client with what they've already put in place and go above and beyond from that step. Yeah,
and Natalie mentioned earlier, and you've just kind of put it in that manner. So she mentioned, I don't skate. Well, the hockey star in Canada would put it in terms, I don't skate where the puck is, but I skate to where it's going. So it's quite cool, isn't it? Do you see like the puck within the event space actually moving in a sustainable way? Or do you kind of, you described it as if that's where you see it and that's where you're moving, but do you kind of see that happening? Or are we kind of going back to pre-pandemic ways?
Yeah, I know where you're getting at, Jamie. Like, I feel like there's a lot of we call them the old firm, like there's a lot of people who have been in the events agency for decades and decades. And there's a lot of institutionalization within the industry, and it's up for us young, I'm not that young, but the people in my team, the young ones, to go and educate from the bottom upwards. So I do see what you mean about skating towards where the puck is going. That's up for the future leaders of the events industry to kind of pull us along. But I do think like the stalwart leaders in the events industry like me have a lot of work to do. There are so many solutions at our fingertips, like the same, like, you know, how we were saying about virtual events before. We had no idea what was there available to us. We just needed to go and find it. It's the exact same principle now, and I just don't think that there's going to be excuses soon. So, you know, the sooner the better that people get with the agenda, and I'm working towards that too, because I couldn't tell you that I was an expert in sustainable event design, but I'm really working to be.
And last question, Lizzie, before we move on to the next session, and you know, it kind of combines with a question that I potentially have in my head is, do you think you are fully prepared as an agency to the event world to go fully virtual again, say if monkeypox were to become COVID-like in scale? So like, you know, yeah.
That's a loaded question, Jamie, and you've just triggered my PTSD. But I think we have the tools that will enable us to do so. But I think, like I said, there's a certain amount of reluctance to being fully virtual, because, you know, some of us had to make our businesses stay relevant by completely transforming them. And I think that if we were to go through a transformative exercise again, it would definitely separate the wheat from the chaff, like they say. But I do think that we have the tools to enable us to go fully virtual again, but I'm not going to put that out in the universe because I don't want it to happen. Sorry, Jamie.
No, you know what, Lizzie, it's been really lovely you joining this talk, and to be completely honest, a few sort of things I'm going to close this session on is, if you are an agency out there and you are watching this, there's a reason why Oddity Events has tripled in value and become from a UK agency to a global agency, and of course an award-winning agency. And it's kind of what Lizzie said not long ago. They're agile, they have a quick response, don't sulk, and don't be in you know,
I did that, Jamie.
No, but you know what? That's complete entirety. You know, there was a lot of sulking during the pandemic. There's a lot of denial. There was not much agile. You know, people weren't really that agile, and the responses were quite slow because of not being agile. And if you really are looking to kind of, you know, just forget the noise and really focus on how to be an agency, I think you kind of wrap that up in those 5 points, to be honest.
Yay! Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Lizzie.
Thank you so much for having me.
I hope you have a lovely afternoon in the office in London.
Thanks so much. I'll speak to you soon.
Speak to you soon. So that was really great having Lizzie join us on the agency perspective. And I'm really excited to be introducing Pierre Bosnia from SpotMe. As Torben from Event Moby explained earlier, the SpotMe are actually, you know, pre-founders of the event industry. You know, SpotMe were doing many things within the event tech space before even apps even existed. So it's a great honor to have SpotMe and Pierre join this session, and we're going to go into a bit of a McDonald's case study as well. So Pierre, good for you to join.
Thank you very much for having me.
No,
it's a pleasure, and I'm even more honored to represent SpotMe after the way you just introduced us. It's great. I'm just after just for the audience, there's going to be another Pierre, and it's actually the CEO and co-founder of the company. So I'm just like the first layer of Pierre. Okay, I'm just here to give a first flavor, but I'm really honored, and thank you for inviting me. Yeah.
Well, don't underplay yourself, Pierre, because being head of sales and development in a multi-million-dollar or pound company, you know, you're at the forefront of event technology and actually how clients definitely shape the use. So it is an honor to have you guys on board.
Very much.
Today, what we're actually going to do in this session, we're going to go through a client of Launch Interactions that use the SpotMe platform, and it is McDonald's. And McDonald's have been a client of ours for the past 4 to 5 years. Pierre's actually got a number of questions he would like to ask throughout the journey. So if we can bring our presentation up as well for this, that would be great. Cool. So yeah, do you want to fire away?
Yeah, of course. I have plenty of questions for you, Jamie. And the reason why I have plenty of questions is that Jamie and us, Spot Me and Launch Interactions are collaborating together on addressing the needs of many different businesses. But the truth is that Jamie is a strong sales leader, so he does the job himself. He doesn't need us. So at some point, I must say, I know that you're working with McDonald's Canada. I hear that they're really happy about it, but I don't know much about it. And so I thought it was an interesting exercise indeed for me to interview you and for you to tell a little bit more to the audience today. What's all about really. And just to set the scene, perhaps, can you start by explaining to the audience what does the McDonald's Canada event strategy look like? What's in it, like in terms of the number of events? Is it more internal, external? Who's taking part in it? What's the audience size? And
Yeah, and it's really great. And Pierre sent me questions in advance, but I actually didn't read them because I wanted this because I wanted this to be free. I wanted this to be organic, and I wanted this to kind of be a real interview about any stage. So
of course.
So in terms of McDonald's, McDonald's is a really, really great case study to sort of progress, because they're probably one of the only clients that joined Launch on a different solution back in 2018, and then they enrolled onto SpotMe in 2019. And actually, they've gone from pre, during, and post this pandemic, still utilizing the platform of SpotMe, which we'll go through in the presentation. And actually, not only going back to the previous presentation or meeting or session that we just had with Lizzie, they were agile, they did have a quick response, they didn't sulk, and they weren't in denial. So when they combine those few elements of actually a mental attitude on how to take on board and deliver on the back of the SpotMe platform, really kind of also working in that manner, they all really connected the dots. So in terms to answer your question, the McDonald's landscape in terms of their events, they do events for their franchise owners. So the franchise owners would come together at least 4 times a year to talk about the marketing, the strategies, the Uber delivery, all the different types of eats, the staff, the ethos, and they bring all the, because McDonald's is not just, of course, McDonald's own every restaurant. They have, they're built on a whole franchise network. Then they've got the retail staff. So the staff that are tossing the burgers, making the fries, doing the nuggets, and they come together once every month to also then continuously learn on how to make these foods. Then you've got the internal part of McDonald's that will, of course, will be doing their events, but also again being aligned with all the other McDonald's. And then you got your charity events, which of course are Ronald House McDonald's charities that are, of course, bringing everyone together and giving back to the community. So there's a huge amount of different types of events that are happening that are completely in the importance of the success of McDonald's. And they actually grew during the pandemic, again, because of all these things. And if they weren't able to come together, then they probably wouldn't have grown.
Okay. So if I understand well, there's a part of pure internal events, like for their own staff. Then there is a part that is somewhat internal and external, because it's for the partners running the restaurants, who are work for the McDonald's brand, but run their own restaurant, or like a bunch of restaurants. They have also external with the charities, and primarily it's for information and education and training. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. So a whole variation of events. Yeah.
So I know that they work with you. They work with you for delivering services, but like, how do they do to deliver like so many events? Like how are they organized? Because like when you have so many events, at some point you need to be able to deliver at scale. So what does their team look like?
Yeah, completely. I think in reality, when it's come to event tech, they relied on us and we relied on you in this part.
Okay.
So
big pressure.
For everyone that can see the screen and the presentation right now, just to kind of sort of set the scene, McDonald's joined us in 2018. And when they first joined us, they actually joined us using a Double Dutch platform. Now, Double Dutch out of the industry was probably one of the only platforms when you would open up that app, as you can see on the screen grab, it would open up with an activity feed. And what we found by when you open up an event app and you're trying to build a community, if you open up with an activity feed, it would increase the engagement from your audience by ×8. And going back to the sort of swap card meeting presentation with Alex, what they'll find is 60% of the event engagement happens pre-event. So when you open up with an activity feed, you're sort of capturing 60% of personalized information, interaction with each other, and you're building a community just like LinkedIn, Facebook, and these platforms do when they open up with an activity feed. But at the same time, there were a number of limitations with this. And I actually joined Pierre, CEO Pierre, on stage a number of years ago. And it was kind of the first time I was actually listening to someone from an event tech perspective that really cared about the attendee, really knew the delegate touch points. And they actually spot me on whole research around really like what is the best possible user experience. So when we actually dived down into this whole platform, they opened up an activity feed. The activity basically Spot Me was like Double Dutch on steroids. And when it comes to delivering an experience, we was able to transition McDonald's in 2018 during 2019 onto Spot Me because it gave the same user experience as I'll sort of knock onto the next page. It gave the same user experience. If I can go on to my next slide, that would be great. Okay, so what you can see on this slide is the slide in the middle. There's a little bit of delay on my clicker. 1 second, sorry.
That's the one.
Okay, perfect. So what you see in the middle there with the red part, that is the Double Dutch experience. And then the yellow one on the right is the Spot Me experience. So what we're able to do is actually deliver the same experience to the attendees, and they know no different, apart from actually enhance the platform. You open up an activity feed, menu at the bottom. I mean, it looked the same, but we're able to personalize the content, the features, the attendees are able to interact. We're able to actually select who sees that content. And when you provide personalized content, it basically allows your attendees to actually have to scroll less, have to click less, have less irritations, and actually create that whole need of, I'm missing out. I need to know more information. You know, hours gone by, and it's not like I need to open up this app and scroll through stuff that's not relevant. I open this app in 60 seconds and I've got everything that I need. Boom. And that's where the McDonald's journey really amplified for us when we actually enrolled the Spot Me solution. Then we kind of go into 2020.
That was actually my next question. My next question was about like, okay, it seems like they were already using event technology pre-pandemic, so they are not like, as some would say, COVID clients, but like they were actually existing and using event technology before. From what I understand, it's true for to share content, on-demand content, to enable interactivity between the participants, and also the great. But then, what happened during the pandemic? Because like from what I understand, it was exclusively used for in-person events, and suddenly in-person events weren't an option. So what's happened in 2020 exactly?
Yeah, you know, I do have to take my hats off to McDonald's on how they treat their staff and how they communicate as a business. You know, they were agile, they didn't sulk, and they did crack on. But you know what, McDonald's staff and community is actually quite unique. You know, they all come with a positive spirit. They all come trying to work together. And combine that with, at the time, Spot Me being 3 to 6 months ahead of any other platform. You know, when March in the UK, when the UK went into lockdown, Spot Me already rolling out, you know, the user experience of what virtual experience would be. So even though that we had an enterprise agreement with McDonald's for all of their physical events, they actually paused like every other organization around the world. There was like a three-month pause. It was like what do we do? What's happening? X, Y, and Z. But what made it really easy, one, for McDonald's to make a choice, was actually because out of all the platforms, they were familiar with it, but also I'd say the team and the effort that SpotMe put in to deliver virtual and the user experience around virtual was so on point that actually the CEO of McDonald's, when we delivered their first virtual event, said this was better than any event they've ever delivered. You know, and for me, it's a little bit nuts, you know, because, you know, I'm sure you probably have, you know, it's a little bit nuts when you hear people say virtual is better than physical, because we all love physical. But at the end of the day, it's not that nuts, because people, what we found is your attendees still want the same things. They want meaningful content, they want to have a voice, and they like to be able to come together, whether you're physical or virtual. And what was really epic and really great was actually how SpotMe allowed that to happen. So just to sort of show you like some pictures within that, what you'll see on screen now is we've gone from app and now we've gone to virtual. And SpotMe again was the only platform that still allowed you to use cross-device from your phone to your desktop. The video player would transition with you as you clicked around the content. You know, you wouldn't lose the person, there wasn't drop-offs. And from this, it actually expanded into the Ronald House McDonald charities, and it actually expanded across the network within McDonald's, from their charity events to their internal events to their partnership events, where actually it actually seems like the pandemic didn't actually hit McDonald's because they were still able to communicate with their organization. And the organizations that were hit were the ones that weren't able to communicate effectively. And I still say, as of today, they were able to communicate effectively, one, because of the SpotMe solution they use, and two, because of them being agile, quick response, didn't sulk, and weren't in denial, as Lizzie mentioned in the agency session.
That sounds great. You actually responded to like a lot of the questions that I had. One of which, thank you for saying that we are at the forefront when the pandemic started, because when it started, we actually thought for a while that we were done for a little while, because for us, like the use case that you presented pre-pandemic was something very common for us. A lot of clients using us to add engagement and interactivity for their in-person events. That's why we were created back in 2000. And when it started, we literally had to roll up our sleeves and make sure that we could embrace this new way to consume, which was sort of forced. So basically, companies had to turn to this way of consuming events, but still offer great engagement, because that's in our blood. We want to offer to enable event organizers, event planners, and event owners to basically offer great experience to their audience. Should this audience be internal or external, there is a purpose behind the event, and this purpose is reached if there is like an engaging experience. And so we're happy that McDonald's had this feeling when they used SpotMe. How much time do we have left? Are we reaching the end of the time already?
We've got around a minute left, and then but we can still extend into this anyway. So because I think we're rolling into a session for myself, so I don't mind us rolling. Okay. And we've got questions from the audience, so I want to ask you some questions from the audience.
Yeah, I mean that's completely fine. Up to you. Go ahead. It's crossing through you.
So, I mean, I'll finish on the case study side of things, especially 2022. What is McDonald's doing now? And the reason why this is a good one to sort of finish off with, because there's a lot of organizations that still don't know what the future looks like. In fact, they probably do, but they're in denial. And in complete reality, if we were to take one of the top 100 organizations in the world that actually grew and expanded, even in the restaurant manner, when there's a lot of restaurants that closed, you know, there's a lot of this business technically in a lot of industries closed out or didn't do as much. But if you have a platform, and this platform definitely allowed clients, you know, or McDonald's to go pre-event or pre-COVID, during COVID, and actually adapt post-COVID, what we see with McDonald's is 60% of their events are virtual and 40% are hybrid. They wanted to do a physical event, their first physical event recently, but they had to do hybrid because of capacity settings, COVID things, and all these health things still at play. So they still weren't there to do so. But at the same time, they have had a solution that's actually supported them or hugged them, if that makes sense, through the pandemic. And that's where we found SpotMe. And because of you guys have hugged, the event industry with the research that you've applied and the platform you've delivered, where it's actually a no-brainer, where clients couldn't plan 6 months or 12 months ahead. McDonald's are now planning 2 years ahead for their events because it's quite clear for them that they're able to engage in multiple different ways. They're able to be more efficient. They're able to be more effective, and they don't have to physically come together. So in terms of a top 100 organization, you don't have to be 100% physical, as long as you've got a platform that hugs you.
Definitely. Would that be one of the takeaways of this session and this use case, having an event technology that basically is an enabler rather than okay, it works that way and I'm stuck. I don't know. Do you believe it's one of the reason for the success of this whole McDonald's experience?
It's the only reason, because I know a lot of platforms that were built during the pandemic or adapted during the pandemic that didn't really research or understand what they were kind of building and kind of did the feature for ticking the box or fill in the field rather than actually thinking of the attendee. So SpotMe is one of the only solutions in the market where when you design a feature, you're thinking of the delegate and not the client. And it's kind of a little bit reverse thinking, where a lot of other tech companies have been thinking about, what does the client want, not what the attendee needs. So that whole psychological and delivery, without a shadow of a doubt, is one of the only reasons why McDonald's are comfortable with, another pandemic, fine, virtual, hybrid, physical, fine. We're still going ahead because we're able to communicate effectively.
All right. Perfect. Flexibility and embracing new consumption trends. Perfect. All right. So you had a question for me?
Yeah. So let's do some questions quickly. So let's do 3 questions. So let's ask, what has been the biggest challenges over the last 3 years for SpotMe?
The biggest challenge over the last 3 years?
Yeah. Maybe let's do 2.
The biggest challenge was March 2020, when we saw things coming, because we had an office in Singapore, and so we started to see like events getting cancelled since end of 2019, and we were like, nah, okay, that's fine. That's something that's happening in Asia. It will never reach out. That's fine. And in any case, it's like a big cold. That's fine. People, it will pass through. And back at that moment, it was like SpotMe was used almost exclusively for in-person events, and almost exclusively with our services delivered by our team. That was like the main way basically to serve our clients. And suddenly in March 2020, we understood that, well, we would have to do things like completely differently, because in-person events weren't an option anymore. And basically there were new ways a new demand, and still this necessity of delivering events, because for a marketing purpose or for employee engagement purpose. And so that was I believe our number one challenge, was to adapt the product, and then everything that goes with the product, which is the way we deliver services, the way we charge the solution, the way we communicate, and always doing things with a big question mark in the head, which was like, how long is it gonna last? And still staying focused on, okay, let's move forward, and we'll see. Let's remain flexible every time we see something happening like a strong signal on the market. We'll adapt again then, but like for the time being, let's move forward, and we've done pretty well. But I believe, according to Pierre, perhaps it's a question to ask to Pierre again, because like he's been there. But I think he would tell you first it was the SARS pandemic in 2008, and then I think it was the COVID pandemic in 2020.
That's quite funny actually, really, because the SARS pandemic, we're around then. We're one of the only organizations that probably were around during SARS.
Yeah.
Because of course, you're around before the industry even started with your keypads and X, Y, and Z. But yeah,
definitely. And he would tell you that back at that moment, well, when you have a technology, you can adapt it. It's not as easy as it seems, but you can adapt it to new way of consuming because it's a SaaS platform. So you can adapt the way to access this platform. Back in the days, it was like literally hardware device. So I don't exactly know how they did to survive at the SARS pandemic. So it's a great question to ask him later.
Yeah, I will definitely. I'm sure he's going to have quite good fun on that. Maybe some PTSD, like Lizzie mentioned, on a few of these pandemics that he's living through. 2 more questions quickly. So,
all right, cool.
What are your thoughts on looking forward now? So, you know, Pierre M may go into this, but you know, what's your personal thoughts in terms of what are you looking forward to now in terms of the next 12 months, 24 months?
Mm-hmm. I think the conclusion of this McDonald's case study is like it's very much what companies and organizers need to keep in mind is that we don't know what the next 12 to 24 months are made of. So I think flexibility, agility, and ability to adapt to an environment which you have little control on is really important. To adapt as well to company decisions, because like you can see, for instance, that McDonald's say, hey, it seems like it's faster to execute and actually less expensive to deliver online events. So, well, you see what we had planned in person, let's switch to virtual. And at that moment, basically, you need to be flexible, and the tool that is used, the platform that is used needs to be a support for you, not a burden. You need to, okay, fine, I switch from one environment to another, that's fine. My problem will be to adapt to the content, will be to offer, to think about the activities that I'm gonna launch, basically to focus on my role as an event planner. And that's great. And the technology is here to help me, not basically a burden I need to a problem I need to adapt to. So I think that's the key word: agility, adaptability, and the possibility to switch from one model to another, and being inclusive, because we're talking increasingly about sustainability, about environment protection, and an increasing number of people have decided to stop traveling. Do you want to not have them as potential like participants, or do you want to make sure that whatever they decide and whatever they can do, they will be in the audience? So that's once again the flexibility in the way to consume this content that is shared during the events. I think it's a crucial point. Then from there, I'm not a technology specialist, so perhaps once again you should ask it to Pierre, to Big Pierre, and I'm sure he has great ideas in mind.
Yeah, we're going to throw him a few curveballs, but actually, this just coincidentally landed onto our last question, Pierre. So, what is SpotMe's stance on sustainability? Is this in the future plans of yours?
You know, it's funny because like we received an email this morning. Every employee or perhaps only the exec team in our mailbox, where basically Pierre was announcing that Pierre, so the CEO of the company again, announced that basically it was something that is dear to him. That's an important topic. That is an important topic for him, but also for the employees at SpotMe, but for clients as well. It's always quite fun to discuss this topic because everyone has a different interpretation of how to make things sustainable. But the way it's been decided at SpotMe basically is to take part in initiatives, in like meaningful initiatives, because we don't like to do things just for fluff or just for the sake of ticking a box. Yeah, we're sustainable. No, we believe that there is a way to do it meaningfully, and we are allowed now to do it because back in 2019 and before, I don't know if you remember, Jamie, but we would like fly some of our stuff like everywhere around the world. We would ship tons of iPods or iPads like to the venues. So saying that we were sustainable was a little bit tricky. Now that there's been this switch to virtual and to being like a pure SaaS provider, basically, it makes things more doable, meaning that that's where we want to put our focus on, and hopefully where we can support our clients who's like, once again, increasingly asking for support to reduce their carbon footprints. You're mute, Jamie. You're mute, Jamie.
Thank you very much for letting me know. No, I was going to say, Pierre Bosnia, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah,
sure. I really enjoyed listening to you and going through this McDonald's case study. And also thank you kindly for your organization for, taking things on the chin, being agile, being quick responders, and really actually supporting the industry on the whole, and especially clients of ours to transcend and continue through all of this.
Well, thank you very much for having me today, and yeah, definitely we are. I mean, we're a platform provider. But like, first and foremost, we believe that we're from the event industry. We've been there for 20 years. We know that it comes with challenges, questions, stress, emotions, and we are here to support and to make sure that events are successful. So thank you for having me. I hope that I helped making your event successful.
Yeah.
And yeah. Next time. All right.
Have a lovely afternoon.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Take care.
Very much.
Bye.
So we're going to start our next session within the next couple of minutes. And if you can hold on for a second, that will be great. So that was a really great session from Pierre Bosnia, my French friends, I like to call him, but from SpotMe most importantly. And we are going to be joined by the CEO of SpotMe very shortly. Prior to that, I'm actually going to be going through trending technologies. So I'm actually going to try and do this quite quickly because we're a little bit overrunning from our previous session. But what we don't want to do, of course, is steal any time from CEO Pierre Matrelia in the next session. So if we can just put up this presentation, perfect. What I'm actually going to do quickly is go through what we see most likely as the top 7 trending technologies as of today. So currently, this actually starts off with the metaverse. Pre-COVID, we actually didn't see this technically as a trend in technology. Yes, the headsets and Oculus Rift and all these side of things were really fun and exciting, but kind of during the pandemic, Facebook got really behind the metaverse, or created the metaverse. So as a result of this, what this has actually created is, I would say, a lot more investment and a lot more fear of missing out, I would say, from an older generation of really the metaverse with the headsets. And this is where Collective Vibe come in really great today, because they provide that whole experience without the headsets, without the motion sickness, without, a whole load of pixelated worlds or things that where what we see as, the headsets maybe a little bit too far for an audience. So yes, the metaverse is on the tip of everyone's tongues. And yes, you should definitely explore it and really understand a lot more to it, the pros, the cons, and where it would actually best suit your event or not. However, it is a trend in technology. It is on the tip of people's tongues, and it is a really great way to engage with audience for the right reasons. Number 2, augmented reality. Now, this is actually a really cool video we're about to show you, but before we do, I'll just sort of explain this. So this is actually using the SpotMe solution. And there's a really great way to engage with attendees, pre-event, virtual, post-event, during event. When your attendees wake up in the morning, in this instance, it was actually used by PwC, the attendee would scan a badge, and then that would pop up AI avatar or an AR avatar that would set the scene for the event. And this is, again, for a virtual event, you might send out a card to your attendees, and in the morning they'll scan it, in the afternoon they'll scan it. And every time they scan it, you can actually personalize an interaction with augmented reality. So Matthias, let's take a quick look at this video.
Good morning, accelerators. My latest update is loading. Today's training activities are focused around developing a growth mindset when using tech to solve client problems. I hope you got a good night's rest, as you will also have to think outside the box and problem solve. So resting that grey matter matters. Then get ready, because you'll be applying your new skills and knowledge later in a team mission. Day 2 is go.
Okay, so for now, that video, when you scan it, what was happening is that lady would actually set the scene. Good morning, accelerators. This is your team mission. And it's a really lovely way to actually engage with attendees. Augmented reality allows you to actually bring content to life without the headsets, but also within your attendee space. And it also helps you personalize the attendee journey. So augmented reality is also currently another trend in technology that we definitely see. Okay, so we're going to play the video one more time just so you can see it quickly.
Good morning, accelerators. My latest update is loading. Today's training activities are focused around developing a growth mindset when using tech to solve client problems. I hope you got a good night's rest,
so what
as you will also have to think
the
outside the box and
well.
problem solve. So resting that grey matter matters.
As we've got 3 minutes to go,
because you'll be applying your new skills and knowledge later in a team mission. Day 2 is go.
If we can switch back to the presentation, Matthias, that'd be great. Perfect. So number 3, robust event and virtual all-in-one solutions. What you can see on there is actually, 6 solutions that we recommend and will promote as robust solutions. What this means between SpotMe, Event Mobi, Grip, Swapcard, AirMeet, and Beyond 42 Collective Vibe will actually allow your attendees to be able to access the event pre-drawn and post-event, whether that be physical or virtual, actually taking in immersive experience or actually engage in experience pre-drawn and post-event. You highly need to have a robust solution because, for instance, say another pandemic comes and you've just got a solution that's for physical events. There is no backup, you're doubling up on costs. So by actually having a robust solution, you're actually lowering risk to be able to deliver the event effectively, but also increasing ROI. So having a robust solution is a fundamental plan, especially on a tech perspective for an event. But don't also forget, when you're delivering an event, how are your attendees coming together? If you don't have event tech, then what would happen in that instance? If you don't have event tech, then you've got to send everyone an agenda separately. You've got to send, you've got to promote to your attendees any changes. You've got to send out notifications in one shape or form. And if you've got an event for 1,000, 2,000, 300 people, whatever size, if you're doing that on an individual basis, then you have the inability to really kind of communicate everyone within one place. So event platforms allow you to have everyone in one place, pre-draw and post-event, or at the same time, when it comes to delivering around the COVID side of things as well. So let's go on to the next side of things. What we're also seeing is contactless check-in. So a whole load of frictionless less side of things when it comes to not having to cancel anything or not have to not have to cancel anything, or at the same time, frictionless tech. So you rock up to the event, you don't have to do anything other than contactless tech. So that's what we see as number 4. Number 5, event gamification. Event gamification is a really important factor when it comes to influencing attendee behavior. So pre-event, you might ask your attendees to come together, be more human. So if it's around Christmas time, you might ask your attendees to create Christmas jumpers. The best Christmas jumper is going to get some points. Wherever you are in the world right now, upload a video or a selfie. This is the pre-event marketing plan or content we like you to go through. Upload a video of what you think. What we're doing is we're asking attendees to interact with the event as a human, and then also win points around this. Networking might be an important factor. Come after COVID, what's happened is some attendees might not have seen other faces, might be a little bit nervous. So in that manner, what then happens is on the back of every attendee badge, we put a code. Every time you meet an attendee, you enter that code. You win more points. We might have an award for the best attendee networker award. And then, so gamification is actually one of the best and most influential ways to influence attendees' behavior, but don't do games for the sake of it. Certainly apply challenges around your goals and objectives and ways to bring positivity and influence your attendees. 2 more to go. Number 6, clickable content. So rather than just having static content, if there's a mountain and you click on that mountain, it'd be great for it to tell you about that mountain. If there's different areas, and what we're now doing is we're immersing your attendees into content rather than just providing the old static ways of content. So clickable content is a really great way to retain attendees within that content and take them on a journey. Lastly, focus on health and safety. Without kind of a given now, one of the biggest things that's really happening within the move is actually the thought of health, safety, attendee to attendee interactions. Now, yes, it's kind of out the window, but as an event planner, is a highly important factor that we must take into account. So the focus on health and safety and using technology to support this is a really fundamental rule, and also a trend in tech that we certainly see. So these are the top 7 trend in techs that we see. And if there's any questions, I shall take a look from the audience quickly. Okay, so what would you like to see be developed? That's a really good question from the audience. What would I like to see be developed? That's a really, really good question. What have we not really kind of seen developed within the industry at the moment? That's a really good question. What would I like to see developed within a platform that doesn't exist as of today? That's kind of stumbled me, really, because actually between all the different platforms that exist, there's a lot of development within features that are kind of happening. But what I've just noticed, I'm going to pause on that question, and I'll come back to that actually during our Q&A panel. And I'm going to ask our Q&A panel that, because we've got Pierre Montrelia that has actually just joined from SpotMe, and this is the CEO of SpotMe. So we're highly grateful to have Pierre join us today. Not only, of course, is Pierre the founder and CEO of SpotMe, just to reiterate what Torben from Event Moby said, SpotMe has an industry, I'd say, everyone looks at SpotMe as thought leaders, but also founders of event tech for this industry. They go back way before the first event app even existed. So we go back to Keybads. We're looking at a 20-year-old event technology organization that even in our previous session with Pierre Bosnia also went through SaaS. So we've got a really great presentation from Pierre, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, Pierre. I understand you're busy, but really great for you to have you here. Pierre is going to be covering what's the next step in event technology. So I'm going to hand over to you, Pierre, and I'm actually going to be listening as well.
Great. Well, thanks, Jamie. And coming from Torben, sorry, and from the Event Moby team, these are great, kind words. I hope they're all enjoying themselves in Frankfurt as we speak, because I believe they're all there. But for those of you who are not in Frankfurt, this is where the real party is. Okay. And by the way, quick note on this, because as you probably know, or you don't know, Event Moby was founded by Bob Ayres and his brother I think that dates back 2000, I want to say 2010. And I remember meeting Bob actually came to our office in Lausanne. I believe it was like 2011 or something. He was like a year after launch. And he visited us and he explained, at this time we were still on devices. We were about to launch our SaaS platform. And I was really impressed by Bob's vision with the technology. So I think that was pretty cool. One of the things that have also come later in life is that, as you probably know, at the time, EventMobi was based in Toronto, and my wife, as it turns out, was working there for 2 years and a half. And Bob and I ended up to be neighbors. He's since left, and I understand he moved and bought a house in Victoria, just across the country. But a small world it is. All right, now back to trends and event. And really the thing I can talk about is trend in event technology. Quick introduction about myself. I'm a computer scientist by trade, and I guess by training as well. Joined SpotMe when it was still a project 22 years ago, hence all the gray hair. Starting writing software for pretty much anything the technology needed, whether it's embedded software, server software. Then also started to expand the operation model. And one of the things that was really great is that I've personally had a chance to, I want to say 100, but it's probably between 100 and 1,000 events over the years that have joined, organized, supported, etc. And you know what? I really love it. And I really love it, still doing it from time to time, and super grateful to be, in the industry. Now, what I wanted to talk about today, event trends. And before we start, maybe one thing, and it's not a fun fact, but there are two types of events. And listen, because this is important. There are two types of events. There are events that are here to help a company make more money. That's called a sales and marketing event. And that's the type of event that I believe Jamie is doing today. I hope so, for Jamie at least, right? Jamie, when you're coming back, you can tell us whether this is to make more money. And then you have the second type of event, which is for anything else than helping the company make more sales. Now, this distinction is super important because I'm convinced, and I'm probably not the only one, that we are about to enter a recession. I believe the UK is already in recession, or at least GDP is contracting, and other countries are probably about to follow. And we know for a fact, that's unfortunately for being a long time in the industry, every time this happens, every time there's an economical downturn, the first thing that gets cut, it's a little bit like COVID. The first thing that gets closed is events. In a recession, the first thing that gets cut is events, except if your events are helping people make more sales. And this is where actually I wanted to start. This is super important. I will focus on events that are towards sales and marketing. If your event is on learning and development, incentives, association, etc., these are great, great purposes. I'm not saying, this is a problem at all. I've done it as well. But in a recession, we know that this gets problematic. So think about it, two types of events. And, if you're thinking of a strategy for your agency, for your company, if you're an event manager, you probably know what I'm talking about. But even as an event manager, as a corporate event manager or corporate event planner, if you can help your sales and marketing folks, be better, make more sales, generate more pipeline, create more leads, you will do very well in the upcoming recession. All right, let's go into this. First trend that we see, it's, at least that I see, is the blending of all event tiers. And you've heard it, probably it doesn't do a hybrid, do this, do that, etc. But let me break this down for you. We think, and it's now generally accepted, there are 3 tiers of event. You have what people call a tier. So let's start with the simplest. Tier 3, it's a webinar, 45-minute webinar, Zoom, whatever, or more advanced, tool like SpotMe. that you can use for your webinar. That's tier 3. Short, simple, single track, limited interaction, but still content education oriented, virtual by nature. And then at the other extreme, you have the tier 1 event. It's the most sophisticated, the one that takes, half the company budget for events, just with one of them, large in audience, multi-day, virtual, in-person mix of both, usually potentially at several locations, a lot of production values, massive investment. Dreamforce, that's the South by Southwest, that's a tier 1 event. Okay, and then in the middle you have other stuff like tier 2, which it is, I believe, what we're doing today, virtual or in person or whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. A longer multi-track, several hours of content. And that's, typically, I think, what Jamie has put together. Now, the trend that we're seeing is people offering, and it's all about choices now, people offering options and blending all those options in all those 3 tiers. So if you are an event manager or if you're an agency, in your portfolio, you should be delivering all of this. It doesn't matter what your customer, internal or external customers, believe is best. It is your duty to go to them and say, if you want to attract an audience today, you have to offer it all. And that is really, from our perspective, that's one of the things that is hugely important. And vary the format from from tier 3. Do 20 webinars. Say at the beginning of the year, I commit to do 20 webinars, 20 tier, and then maybe we have 3 regional tier 1 events, and maybe we'll do 1 monthly tier 2 events like we're doing today. And this is how you build your event portfolio, blending all those different formats. Okay, that's really one trend that we see, and I think we see this a lot. All right, number 2, and it's just 3, so no panic, right? Number 2, it's you hear the data story all the time. It's all about the data. I gather the data, more data, analyze the data, etc. The reality is, all the customers that I'm talking to, they are telling me, we don't know what to do with this data. We don't know. It's great, we have the data, but then what did you do? And nothing. So yes, the trend is gather the data, collect the data, analyze the data, because it's all about performance, but make sure you use that data for proving that it helps, that your event is helping doing more sales, more pipeline, more leads, etc. But most importantly, make sure that this data flows into your system of record. And what do I mean by system of record? Does it flow into your HubSpot? Does it flow into your Salesforce? Does it flow into your Marketo? Why? Because this is what marketers are going, or sales leaders are going to use to make attribution, which is to prove the value, of your events. And this is how you're also going to do very well in a recession, because if your value is proven, no one will remove 1 cent from your budget. On the contrary, people will actually increase your budget, where budget will be going away from people who are not able to prove the value. And to prove your value, you have to do attribution, meaning you have to prove this event. I invited 3,000 people. I had 1,500 people who registered. I had 700 who showed up, and then I had 210 who asked for a demo. And then sales is telling me that from those 210, there is 10%, 20 that converted into a business opportunity. My event helped bring those 20 business opportunities. This is what attribution is, and it's becoming hugely critical. And that's one thing. Now, what does it mean from a product perspective? It means that the product that you are using, the platform or whatever you're doing for your event, it means that this has to integrate very, very well with your Marketo, with your CRM, and with your Salesforce. And don't get me wrong, every single vendor out there will tell you, yes, integrate with X, Y, and Z. Well, my advice, go and test it. Go and test it and make sure it works for you. Make sure it works for your workflow. Make sure it works for your system, with your website and all your sales and marketing stack. Because what we have seen is that vendors, and that was certainly true for SpotMe a few years ago, we tend to oversimplify what customers want to do. We try to think it's just one workflow, sign up here, get into the CRM, and then synchronize names. But in reality, people want to hear how long you watch the stream, what are the questions you ask. They want to put a score on the lead. So having the level of engagement, did you stay for the whole duration? Just did you check in for 5 minutes? Did you actually do something else, or did you ask questions? This is how we can gauge engagement, rate your engagement, score your engagement, and then decide whether you are a better lead for my sales team. That was number 2, and that's on the data. And last but not least, number 3, okay, I should have asked this as for Paul. If you go and see go to the website, the top 20 vendors of event technology today. I'm not going to give any names, but you can imagine who they are. You go to their website and you look at what is the website hero, which is the claim, the biggest thing that's written there. Out of 20, as of today, I just checked with our team before the call, we have 18, and SpotMe is not that, so it's one of them. We have 18 that claim some sort of all-in-one. They say one platform for all your events. They say the all-in-one, the unified platform, the platform that combines it all, the most complete. It has this idea of a suite that does it all. Now, this is actually a very good idea, and it clearly highlights a problem that people have, or a desire that people have, to not have to use 26 different tools. But the problem is that it's not true. You have to go and check it. And I really invite everybody, and that's a trend, I'm saying this is a trend, but that's also an advice. Go and try it. Go and try to replicate your whole event journey, and take your pen and start writing. How many tools do I need to do the job? I'm going to give you an example. Do I need a new tool for registration? Okay, it's one more. Do I need a new tool for my speaker studio? Do I need to use a third-party system? Do I need a new tool for my streaming? Do I need a new tool for my polling? Do I need a new tool to integrate with my CRM? Do I need a new tool to print badges, et cetera, et cetera? And now, not all this stuff matters to everybody, so be careful. I mean, just check the things that really matter to you, but try to play the whole journey and validate the claim of all-in-one. All-in-one is important. It is a trend. It's an important one, but make sure that completeness really, really works for you. All right, I think that's it. Short, not short, but sweet. Three trends. And Jamie, I'm back with you.
Yeah, thank you so much for being, well, not short and sweet, but sweet, and highly analytical. I think just kind of like, what's really interesting, as you say, the top 20 event platforms out there, 18 of them say they're all in one, they're unified, X, Y, and Z. Like, and we know that they're not in reality,
but they all mean different. No, I'm not saying they're misleading people, but what I mean is that the meaning behind all-in-one is slightly different than perhaps people expect.
So is it wrong not to have an all-in-one solution and use different solutions and bring them together as an all-in-one?
Yeah, so your question is best of breed versus full stack suite, is that a thing?
Yeah,
that's a fair question. In practice, I see most customers still doing best of breed. I mean, even people who buy the most, again, no names here, but the most famous, 800-pound gorilla in the room suite, still, say, I don't really like the event app. I'm gonna take another undisclosed company as an event app, for example. Right, that still happens every day. So I don't think it's wrong. I think it depends on the level of investment that you're willing to do. But ultimately, there is this, at SpotMe, we call this crafted, not cobbled. We like to think that most platforms, most suite today, they're built by acquisitions, and you see this by the biggest player, right? They don't develop a studio, they just buy it and then plug it in. And that ends up very poorly because the user experience is clunky, because the data is not aligned. If you're trying to, and of course they'll fix this over time, but as of today, the overall aggregate of it is not great.
And I think I've just seen a really cool question coming from the audience, which I'd love to hear your response on. Is there room for disruption in the industry? I mean, it's a difficult one, you know, because what that looks like is an open air, and you know, clearly there's always room for disruption, in my opinion. What that disruption is an interesting one, especially when, you know, there's I'd say that also going back to all-in-one, my experience with the all-in-one solutions aren't really all-in-one, and potentially a lot of the time the best of the breed, and combining them together creates a better experience. Having an all-in-one, but the world wants an all-in-one because like it's easier to pull out of a box. So yeah,
I'm not sure about the disruption. I do think the event industry is fundamentally boring, and I'm responsible for that, I suppose. But it is fundamentally boring because it does also reflect the, you know, the fact that we are an industry that tends to adapt or translate some of the trends that are happening in other places. I'm going to give you an example. When Twitter first came out, and I'm trying to remember when it was, but I want to say something around 2007, 2008, which is the first time I heard it in the US, that this was a thing. And people started to come to us and say, do you integrate with Twitter? And it was in RFPs, it was like, do you integrate with Twitter? And at the time we were doing a device, which was not even a phone. So it was like, well, doesn't make a lot of sense. And I was thinking, but what this thing makes no sense. Well, if they want to do Twitter, they go on Twitter and tweet, right? And then the app, for years, it was a criteria. Do you integrate with Twitter? Do you integrate with Facebook? Do you have a social media integration? And nowadays we know that none of this is important. I do not see that question again. But what did happen is all platforms, including the one that you're using today, are trying to replicate some element of Twitter. Their homepage is a feed, right? Because that's what people want. That's what people expect. So these folks like social media had such an impact on us that we are trying to replicate those user experience, those elements in things more mundane, like an event platform. So, for example, people always ask me, is Metaverse coming to events? I'm like, this is irrelevant as a question. What is relevant is society going to, you know, embrace Metaverse? And if they do, yes, event will. That's what it is. So the answer is, I don't see massive disruption for different reasons. One is that it's highly fragmented, but also for the second is that we're fundamentally a boring industry.
Debatable how boring we are, you know, because you can be fun with a lot of features that you guys create, from your gamification to the networking, breaking down barriers. You know, there's a lot of positives that
I'm not saying it's negative, but I'm saying there's a lot of things that people, including ourselves, have to improve before we start messing with the metaverse, right? And for starters, try to make a platform where you can execute your event from A to Z without having to use another tool, and it actually works.
And just before we go into the panel, there's a question that's quite interesting. You got a lot of questions from the audience. We haven't got time to answer them all. But there's a question that I've seen that's just moved. 2 seconds. So this combines with one question, such as how do you plan to get through a recession? Kind of like, but exclude that for now. If with a recession around the corner, it then leads on to another question, such as, so we got a recession around the corner globally. Yes, I agree. So then what's going to be the predicted trends over the next few months or year with a global recession?
What's going to be the trend with a recession?
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that
you're kidding me. The trend is cutting cost. That's what the trend is.
Okay.
Now, I mean, more seriously, I don't know, right? There are good things that happen in the recession. There are new technologies that emerge, there's new, etc. So, but what we see with events is that people want to be very careful with the optics of events. Nobody in a recession, nobody who's laid off. I remember in 2008, we had customers who were taking money from the US government. And then they were on the news because they were having a big event in Vegas. They were just bailed out by the US government. And at the same time, actually, Obama, the new US president at the time, even spoke against those companies. They said, we bailed them out. I think he was referring to an automotive company. We bailed them out, and at the same time, they're partying in Vegas. And so the optics of events is you have to carefully manage this. So if you can help your customers or your company, if you're an internal planner, present an event as something that's educational and not entertainment, and genuinely act on this way, I think that's the best angle you can take.
Pierre Matraglia, thank you so much for hosting a session on what's next in step in the event industry, and also going through your experience and sharing your knowledge. To kind of just to close on this session, to answer your question at the start, what is the reason behind this event, whether that's for growth and sales and launch X, Y, and Z? In reality, I don't think I've ever attended an event where there hasn't been a sponsor or a person that's paid to attend a session. And in reality, we've got a unique relationship with a lot of world leaders, including yourself, Torben, Sanka, and people that have even joined today. That's actually, we see it as an opportunity because we love the industry just as much as your smile started off this session with how much you love the industry. And we actually love the industry that much that we feel like there's an opportunity to give back to the industry with free-for open conversation and the ability for ourselves to cross-collaborate and talk back to the industry with no self-motive. Now, you can do something such as buy your mum flowers without wanting a hug back or something like that. So people can do things without a self-motive behind it.
All right, point taken, Jamie.
So on that note, we are going to move into the panel. So Pierre, if you can stay there. We're going to be bringing back Torben Grosser from Event Mobi, VP of Sales and Marketing at Event Mobi. We're bringing the CEO of Collective Vibe coming to join us now as well. And then
hey, Jamie.
Hey, Dusanka, how are you?
Pretty good.
Thank you very much for joining. So we've of course gone through a lot of talks today, and this is our closing session in reality. And what we call this, and we've got this from 3 different diverse platform providers and experience. And what we call this, and what I see this as personally, myself that's been in this industry for 10 years, you know, I look up to Pierre and his organization, Spot Me, on how we actually interact with clients. I look up to Torben and his Event Mobi organization on how they interact with their clients and the platform they deliver, 2 different experiences. And of course, we also look up to Dusanka. So we as an event tech agency that just specializes in tech, I personally look up to these people and take a lot of advice and support and guidance from. So I wanted to share this network I have access to with attendees listening today to take the opportunity to ask any question that you want to ask. And we're going to distribute these questions to Pierre, Torben, and Dusanka to talk, you know, freely about what you expect or response. So there's a few questions that have already come on in during the previous session with Pierre and myself, and I'm going to sort of extend some of these questions, but also at the same time, I think what I'm going to sort of kick off between Dusanka and Pierre around. Pierre, in terms of user experience, what is your take, I would say, sort of on the metaverse? Because, of course, there's different ways to engage with audiences and different positivities. And we've stayed away from, you know, headsets that are pixelated to being an avatar where you run around and it just, you know, create a whole load of irritations. However, there are still right ways to deliver sort of visual experiences. Do you vision that there's the ability for the metaverse to have space within the event industry? Or do you think it's something that's just really a no-go within the event industry?
Okay, I think I've addressed the future of metaverse. I mean, what I think is essentially irrelevant. And by the way, what events think about metaverse is also irrelevant. The bigger question is it going to play a role in society? Is it going to become a thing? You know, like Facebook became a thing, for example. I think this is going to be the driver. I don't see a technology just becoming something, an event, if it doesn't in the bigger, you know, in the bigger space. Because once again, event tech is primarily boring, at least in my opinion. Doesn't mean bad. Now, also to answer your question, I've invested the time to we've looked at potential several acquisitions. There are a lot of interesting startups in metaverse space, in events, most particularly. And first of all, most of it, my first reaction was like, that is not mature, from a product perspective. My reaction was the product puts itself in the way of my experience. And that was my first reaction. I'm hearing that it works great for certain education, university, some association events. Good for them, but at this point, again, I was a little bit. I found the experience a little bit underwhelming and actually getting on the way of me being productive in an event. So that's where I stand for now.
Well, Collective Vibe might be a good acquisition for you, Pierre, but I'm going to jump onto that question to Dasanka. Dasanka, does the metaverse bring fun to the industry in a fun way, or does it bring an added value beyond fun and just kind of like this sort of chuck on a headset and immerse yourself? Is, from the CEO of, I'd say, Metaverse 3D World Styles, that takes away the orientations. Where do you see it? Does your platform and your client's experience engage with it because it's fun or because it adds value to the need?
Yeah, it's Jamie, it's super interesting. For us, it's like we just started this game like 2 years ago, right? And you remember we spoke that we decided to go where we had like tech talent to go here in Serbia. And mainly was like the blockchain and then video game developers. And we started with the vision of Collective Vibe being multiplayer 3D world, right? But 2 years down the line, we ended up with the motion videos, as maybe some of you that seen the platform. And it's interesting, Pierre just said our core clients and the people that are getting the most values are universities. And if you think about, not to go back to Snow Crash Saga and how this whole post-reality universe, is it going to happen, how it's going to happen, whatever. But for us was, we are scratching the surface mainly by building a digital twin, Jamie. And if there is a client who gets the value from the monumental building, from, we did so many events in the cultural heritage buildings, right, where there is that educational component. And we have here especially during the COVID time, you were not able to visit those places, right? Or where you have like one of the most significant cultural sites here in Belgrade, Serbia is not open for public. And then you have hundreds of thousands of people coming and visiting the place even post-event, right? And expending this time for using the virtual space as such. We did that well, right? But just let's put it as a digital twin or high fidelity copy of this. So there is no some special interaction or value or new rules. It's the same rules that we have in the offline, we translated online. So we didn't create meta companies, meta economies, whatever, meta enterprises and these type of things. So we are very nascent, us as a company, as a team, and our contribution to the space as such. There are certain things that are starting to develop when you introduce the avatars. We just did like a week ago or something like that. So we have two motions of the platform, the ones that you've seen and the other one with the avatars. You can create certain digital things that you don't have in the offline world, right? In that sense, you have a portion which we can call digital natives, attributes to events as engagements or as encounters within the space that we are building. And in the end, if you think about it, Jamie, the question is, when is the moment that the digital aspects of our lives will be more important than the offline, right? And we had like a big debate here in Serbia, you know, that we're big on basketball and that Jokic is now the second time in a row the MVP of the NBA. And he had like a famous tweet, hey, is there anyone who wants to play basketball with me? And no one replied, right? 10 or 15 years go back. And the guy is now the MVP in the NBA. So whether we're going to be doing that more, even in Serbia, where every single school or building has a basketball hoop, when that aspect of the digital will be higher than the physical and how everything will reflect. For us as a small company and a startup, we are very streamlined toward these type of clients that can get some more value from actually having a 3D space, whether to monetize it differently, to have product placement differently presented, educational moments, because a lot of them are using their events for product launch, and then you can try it, test it, learn how to use it with the 3 components that are within the virtual space that we are providing. But as Peter said, like, hey, it's irrelevant what we think. It's just like how the things will, what will be the adoption of the market.
We've grown a few million revenue in a couple of years, including gaining clients like Coca-Cola recently, as far as I understand, you guys are on a really exciting journey, especially taking out the orientations. I have a question I'd like to share with Torben quickly. Given your German genius that I like to describe and be describing you as today, the question is, has the competition in the industry and marketplace evolved over the past few years? I think it's quite an easy question to answer, but you're a man that's evolved through the industry from the audience.
Sorry, my connection just froze the moment you were asking the question. Do you mind repeating it?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect. So has the competition in the industry and marketplace evolved over the past few years?
That's a tough one. I'm not muted. I'm just thinking. So I think, no, yes, it definitely has evolved. And what's really interesting, and I think Pierre can speak to that, because I mean, I think SpotMe has been around since like 2001 or so. So you've seen all of this. But what happens every time a new technology comes out is you see a lot of companies springing out of nowhere. And then there's a hype, and then there's a consolidation. It essentially follows normal market cycles. And this has happened with event apps. This has happened with virtual event platforms. And this is going to happen with anything else in the future. I think what has changed, though, fundamentally is a lot of companies that build software don't write every line of code themselves. Instead, they use something commonly referred to as frameworks. So they are building on ready-made pieces that other people have done. And there's a lot of good frameworks around. So what that means, I'm not going to talk about engineering a lot, but what that means is it's becoming really easy, even for people that have lower levels of IT knowledge, to build something that is reasonably solid. And what that means in terms of competition is that the number of competition that springs up is incredibly high. But what that also means, and I think that's something that's really exciting about that competition, is that back then, you needed to have a good idea, and you needed to have really good engineers to build that idea. Now, if you have a good idea, you can probably find, at least for the beginning of your idea, a relatively easy way to build it. So what I see is a lot more good ideas surfacing much quicker, rather than a couple of companies kind of trying to control the market, and every once in a while a good idea comes up. So I think the number of companies that spring up every time there's a new wave of a trend is much higher. And I mean, for customers, that's amazing, because that's a lot of choice, but it's also terrible because now there's a lot of choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a really good way to look at it. Pierre, have you got anything to add to that? I'm sure Adam.
It's true. There's a lot of choice. We have on our website, we have a page, and it's the best performing page of the website, and it's the RFP template. Mm-hmm. It's people just spend their time buying and comparing platforms. And I mean, we have a lot of other stuff, right? How to do the best event, et cetera, et cetera. But the Google search that always hits us the most traffic, the most leads, is the RFP template. So I should probably disclose that secret, but I mean, and I think that's significant to what Torben said, that people just spend their time comparing, because there is the tyranny of choice. So that's correct. Now, the other thing that's happening is, and that's also interesting. People cannot agree on the size of the market. But if you go and take the biggest player in the market, Cvent, and you ask them what's the size of the market, they'll tell you, something between, I always forget, is it 30 million, or sometimes they say 100 million, sometimes they say 40 million, right? But the fact is, their revenue, it's about 500 or 600 million now. It's still very small compared to the overall, to their own admission of the market size. It's still 1 to 2, maybe 3%. Is it how do you know any industry where the dominant player only has 3% market share? None. Mm-hmm. Right? It's so, especially in tech, right? And you will expect the dominant player to have quite, so it is super fragmented, and I think the reasons Torben listed are absolutely correct. The barriers of entry are super low. It was always the case. You can always find a cows in the garage. You can, code you some reg website and you have an event company. I think the answer is not really with technology, but with everything around it. Mm-hmm. Like, what's the support you offer? How big is your company? What's the service level? Are you global? What are the languages, et cetera, et cetera? And eventually you'll see around the company that win, and not necessarily the one with the best tech. Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is an open conversation. We can speak free. That is the purpose of this event. So whilst you're talking on the value of companies, in the back of my head, there's me thinking on the value of the industry. There's me in the back of my head thinking, Hopin, billions, or worth billions, hypothetically. I'm gonna put it out there. I believe it's going to be the next WeWork and a Crash, to be frank, just simply because, as you say, you can build tech quite freely. And in my eyes, it's like Double Dutch platform that was back in 2018, so a little bit backwards. But if Cvent are saying hundreds of millions, but then there's an organization worth billions, surely the industry's got to be worth more than what Hopin's worth, as an example. Or is that me the wrong way looking at of investments and value of market? Just sort of talking openly.
I think so these numbers, especially around companies like Hopin with billions, or Double Dutch with 900 million valuation a couple of years ago, these are crazy impressive numbers. But also, it has been shown that those numbers are usually, I mean, it's an estimation, and it's an estimation based on a lot of unknown variables. So using these numbers to estimate the size of the market is usually not great, because that's not what they're meant to do. The other thing to bear in mind, which is interesting in the phase that we're in right now, is also how the market has changed. So the events industry already, the companies that are here mostly serve a tiny chunk that is the MICE industry in specific. Now, when we started doing virtual events, we were serving the MICE industry, and within 2 or 3 months of the pandemic, suddenly companies like Microsoft with MS Teams or Zoom moved into that market. So suddenly you realize that it's not, or let me phrase it the other way around. They didn't move into our markets, but suddenly our market overnight opened up to a whole new dimension. And I think going even one step further than Pierre, being able to estimate the market of business travel, for example, is relatively feasible. But whatever the events market is in the first place, I think is so difficult to define. And if you have companies like Hopin with these incredible valuations, it's probably also due to the fact that whoever invests in that also sees market opportunity outside just the traditional MICE segment, because the MICE segment in itself would probably be not enough. But now if Hopin suddenly were to compete with, Microsoft and MS Teams or Zooms, that's a whole new story, or even LinkedIn for that matter. So it's a bit more about the imagination of investors than it is about the size of the market.
I'm going to do some quick fire questions. So a couple responses each, maybe as short as possible, but as also as powerful as possible. I'm going to try and get through all these questions really on the side of the chat. So what I'm going to ask, starting with Sanka, In your view, what is the biggest threat to the event industry at the moment? And I'm going to ask each one of you this. So Torben and Pierre, the same question is going to come to yourselves as well. So Dasanka, do you see there's a threat, or is it, really more of an opportunity right now? So you don't have to take it as a threat. What do you see there is a threat to the industry? I mean, in our previous session with Pierre, of course, and I completely agree, we are looking at a global recession. It's a no-brainer, to be frank. I mean, without going into politics and geographic side of things, it is.
Yeah, I don't see, Jamie, I don't see anything as a threat. That's my, from top of my head as an answer, right? And we also, as a newcomer, right, wherever you have the crisis, there are new players coming in, and in these type of markets, you have innovation, you have a lot of things that even the incumbents have to think about repositioning and these type of things. And we are the company that has immature products, very on the outskirts of the market, and looking, for us it's favorable, right? When you are down, you're waiting for some luck on that side. That's the briefest from my perspective at the moment. So we are waiting for the shifts and for the changes, and we, in these first 2 years, we did really well. It's getting more difficult, and like both of the speakers mentioned, the barrier to enter it's easy, but can you last for 20 years or for a decade? Can you make some significant innovation and contribution to the industry and to the clients?
Yeah, it's a really good way of looking at it. And going back to an agency session we had with Lizzie Eaton earlier, the reason why she was able to continue as an agency during the pandemic is because she was agile. She had a quick response. They didn't sulk, and also wasn't in denial. So, taking that mentality of side of things is what helps you transition through pandemic, recession, X, Y, and Z, regardless of the foresight, laws of economics, where one loses, one gains. So, even if one does lose, one's still got to gain at the same time. Torben, anything to add to that? Do you see any threats right now around the corner, or do you see growth? And it's going to lead on to the next question, such as, what are you most excited about in tech, or the trend in event tech next? So, you could be really sad right now, but you're really excited about some sort of new gadget coming out.
So, I mean, the events industry, if you look at it also historically, usually seems to follow macroeconomic trends. So, and that's what Pierre a bit snarkily mentioned earlier on. The biggest threat of the recession is that people are going to, cut money at events. And really, what I think the core of that threat is event planners being unable to prove the revenue or the return on investment of their events. And that's something that event planners have been finding painfully difficult to actually understand the ROI of their events. And it's a couple of 10, 15 years ago, companies like SpotMe, EventMobi, we all came in and built the tools to measure that ROI, but it's still people are still lacking the ability to actually make sense of those numbers. And if you as an event planner cannot prove the value of your events, it's an obvious business decision that they will get cut. So I think the biggest threat is being unable to demonstrate the return on investment of events, even though for a lot of events, it's been proven time and time again that events are actually relatively cost efficient if you use them correctly. So I think that's the biggest threat.
I sprung a bit off my head, sorry, Torben, on what Pierre was sort of saying on and even what you're saying, really, yes, or recession, contraction of spending. But in reality, if there's a recession and spending's contracted, then we can all go back to virtual, right? Because surely it's 30% less than a physical event. So like in reality, I'm just actually thinking this in my head, even if there is a recession, you can just deliver your event virtually. There isn't travel, there isn't food, there isn't X, Y, and Z, and you can still deliver your event for cost. So are you going to be affected by a recession technically?
Okay, yeah, so that's a good point you have there. And I mean, it's no secret that a lot of the event app companies have been thriving throughout the pandemic, for a lot of us also quite unexpectedly. I remember the moment where I thought, okay, this is it. This is how this ends. And then it went through the roof. But one thing we tend to forget, especially in the tech space, and we must not forget that, is that the industry as a whole has suffered enormously. There have been tons of layoffs. There's still people who are suffering the real economic consequences. What has happened is a shift in spending. And we as an industry were lucky that that shift happened into our direction. But saying that the industry coped well throughout the recession may be true for the event tech industry, but even there's companies that suffered really badly. I mean, look at the badging companies, for example. Look at companies in event tech companies in that space. So, no, I think a recession is still a threat if you're not able to pivot quickly enough.
And because I understand how busy all of you are from IMAX to meetings, and I really appreciate all of you joining this panel, I'm actually going to ask one more question to everyone. And I'm going to start off with yourself, Pierre. Do you feel clients do sort of go for price rather than quality? So when we look at event tech, you know,
my answer is at the enterprise level. So large customers, which is what we do, not particularly relevant. I mean, of course, you can't price out of nowhere, and it has to make sense, and it has to make economic sense. But my answer will be people are still ready to pay a premium price for solid technology, reliable technology, and for excellent service. And I think that's something that I see not only with us, but with every player in the industry.
Torben?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, as Pierre said, he's seen that with every player in the industry, which we're one of them. So that also applies for us. But I also think that event planners usually understand what they need to choose. I mean, there's some platforms that have freemium models that have pretty solid offerings that are even free. And sometimes if that's what your event needs, then that's fine. So I think event planners are aware that they are price sensitive, but they're also aware that they're getting value if they pay more. But at the same time, also we shouldn't forget that when events app started in around 2010, 2011, like the average cost of an event app was around, I think, $30,000, which is now down to between $5,000 to $10,000, depending on the supplier. So, you know, people are still willing to pay, but also usually market dynamics and advances in technology will also push prices down. But yeah, if people need something that works and they appreciate good service and they can use that service to make their event perfect, then price is usually not the biggest issue.
Okay, and the last person to answer this, Sanka.
Hey Jamie, same goes with us. Like I've never heard my salesperson coming and say like, hey, we failed to sell someone because of price, right? It's always we were not a good match, or we could not deliver. They assess that we are not good enough at that moment. And the same thing for we service mid-market clients and enterprise level clients. So they is the same thing. They are not that price sensitive, I would say. They're more interested in what they're getting for their money.
Well, you know what? I could be greedy and I could keep you guys here all day because I love this industry as much as everyone else. And I could continuously ask questions and continuously learn from yourselves. But I can't be too greedy because I know how busy all of you are.
I guess everybody can hit us up on LinkedIn.
Yeah, completely. Please do find either Pierre, Torben, or Sanka on LinkedIn. There's a question here. Is there a trend technology you're most excited about? To be completely honest, for myself to answer that question, wrapping up with, I'd say, to Sanka and Collective Vibe. If you haven't looked at Collective Vibe before, do check them out. Do reach out to them. Check them out yourself. But when we talk of virtual videographic platforms, you know, it was quite a big, tip of tongue during COVID. And there was probably every platform I ever looked at did it wrong. Whether you're an avatar, whether you're chucking on headsets, it was all irritation after irritation after irritation, which created drop-off points. Collective Vibe was actually the only platform we have come across that actually provides a video, visual, graphic journey without the irritations. And what we see that as quite an exciting trend within sort of coming away from, I say, your event platforms, but doesn't go OTT. And I think when we're looking at emerging new technology, you don't want to be going OTT, but you still want to be creating a purpose for that use. So do take a look at them as much as taking a look at SpotMe and EventMobi and SpotCard and AirMeet and every platform that we have had from here today, because we're very grateful for all these speakers joining us and sharing their knowledge freely and openly today to everyone. So I'm highly grateful for yourself, Pierre, Torben, Tasanka, for joining this panel and for delivering talks today. So thank you everyone so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely afternoon. And we're now going to close the event. There is a networking session that is now live. You can jump into the networking lobby if you'd like to do so. These sessions have been recorded, so we will host these sessions again tomorrow. At the same time, please do freely reach out to any speaker you listen to today, and they will certainly enjoy talking continuously more about events, technology, emerging markets, trends, recessions, and what's really exciting, and maybe actually quite not so exciting, but however, we can all learn from each other. And the more we cross-collaborate, not only as an industry, the more we can all evolve as ourselves, our clients, and the experience of these events. And I'm going to revert back to, on this close, back to Lizzie Eaton's mentality on how to get through everything, and really one of the most important mentalities I've actually probably heard so far. And that really is, I'm just going to go back to her points. And I think, so if there's a recession, pandemic, X, Y, and Z, you do need to be agile. We do need quick responses. We don't need to sulk, and we don't need to be in denial. And combining those psychological elements as an industry, whether that be tech, event agency, attendee, organizer, we can all actually collectively come together positively and improve our event experiences for everyone. And on that note, thank you so much for everybody joining today. Have a lovely evening. And that is the end of our event. Thank you kindly.